let's get this rolling first. Fantastic. And then let's get the thing rolling that I'm not going to pay attention to. We do screen 1. We also share system audio. We go live with that. Beautiful, beautiful. You know, we can stay on deaf and we can stay on deaf and just talk to ourselves. Yeah, but then like someone's gonna join in and then I'll just leave. Then I'll have to end the stream and oh right. We're live, and I'm talking to myself about if I want to be live on Discord or if I just want to leave it up on Twitch. And honestly, I'm not sure. I'm gonna leave it unmuted. I'm gonna just talk to myself, and we'll see how it goes. Okay, hey, hi, hello, welcome back, Alexander and Codex. Weird start there, I know. I'm still waking up. It's not early. It's 10 in the morning. I've been up since like 5 or 6. But it's been a busy day. And it'll be a busy afternoon. I'm not sure what my plans are because some of the people I had plans with are in the midst of a hurricane. So we'll see how that pans out. Okay, well, starting off at the top, I don't need 2 of these open. Not at all. Okay. Let's see. Where do we want to start with this? Where do I want to start? I suppose. Oh, with the new shit. Okay. Maybe. Let's break this down because this was confusing Mark, and I know it's confused some other people. What the hell does Alex mean by Brittonic? Brittonic languages are Welsh, Cornish, Breton, and like older Celtic, but insular Celtic. But it like who cares? Who gives a shit? Happened or VCC Twitch. Yeah. We'll do Welsh, Cornish, and Breton. Just abbreviated. I don't need to explain exactly and entirely what these are. And then the other one is Goidelic, which is Irish and Scottish. It's Manx, Scots Gaelish, and Irish. Yeah, okay. Scottish Gaelic. Now, Scottish is its own thing. I don't believe actually falls under this category. It would help if I could fucking spell the word. This is Anglic. But because I'm pedantic, I'm going to put it in here anyway. Why? Fuck you. That's why. Wow. God God, you people suck. English. It's not. It's not. Tell me that's English? Liars. All of you are liars. I'm gonna put question marks because I don't... Wow, Crossbill is English. That's right. Rest of those are not English. Scots English is okay. Okay. Alright, yeah, I can sort by this. Let's start by this because this was confusing Mark on stream, which is fair. I didn't actually think we'd be looking at this category, if I'm being honest. I'm being completely honest with you. I thought we were just gonna ignore this because it didn't fit in with our initial naming constraints. That's Welsh. That's not okay. So when you say Gaelic, what do you mean by Gaelic? Scotland, Scotland. Okay, yeah. Beautiful. So I'm kind of two minds about... Oh, Hadrian's Law. I know Hadrian's Wall, but like... No. You know who we want to glorify and immortalize? Some fucking Roman. In a setting where Rome is very politically active and is a problem. Well, not Rome, but larger Rome, which is the same fucking thing. I will say that it's been nice seeing people so excited. Just the variations of Scots, Scotch English, Scots Gaelic, Scottish. I think we're all learning a little bit when it comes to words, and perhaps that languages are a little bit more complex than a lot of people might think at first blush. But which is Scottish? Which one is Scottish? They're all kind of Scottish. I have whatever. Okay. Just as some notes here. I fucking hate Henry. The rest of these are kind of okay. It's really just... I think... And Carbon, Ace of Carbon on the Discord reacted the same way at first, just like, why Henry? I don't know. I think I said it as a joke. And then Mark wrote it down. And I don't think it's that funny as a joke. I would just be in a silly little overstimulated guy. I don't really love Edinburgh, I'll be honest with you. Kirkwall is okay. Clydebank, I don't know if that's significant enough. Paramount makes me think of the company. Warwick I like. Bodiam, I think we can do better. Newton's great. Runnymede, yep. Brockland. Alright, I told Mark that this is pronounced Brockland, and I think I'm right about this. Oh, great, yeah. Fuck me up, AI. How do you say this word? We're gonna run an ad first? Of course we're gonna run an ad first. Jesus Christ, YouTube, you are the worst. Just the worst fucking platform. Holy hell. Oh, sorry, you want to watch a 1-minute video? Fuck you.
Brocéliande.
Brocéliande. Yeah, that's a very French way to say it.
Brocéliande.
Brocéliande. And this is Celtic. Well, that is how to pronounce it in French. Fair enough.
Brocéliande.
Brocéliande?
Brocand.
Brocand! No, give that man an updo. That's a terrible pronunciation. Brocand.
Brocand.
Honey, I can tell you that it's not Brocand.
Brocéliande.
So is Brocéliande really Celtic because it's being read as French? Right. Popular etymology from Old French derives the term ultimately from broche for forest or liond for heath. Yeah. Broche liond. Yeah, it's okay. It's a little French, being honest. A bit French. Codex. Don't care about your recommendation. Sorry. You know what did you say this should be paired with? No, not happening. We went with Cambridge. Man, Mark really is an easy target with with freelancer references. I'm sure that's not 100% what this is, but that's somewhat what this is. Just a little bit. Whitecliff and Whitehall being so close together, I think there's something there. It's a little silly, but I don't dislike it. Now, all of these, I'd say are, oh god, fuck me sideways, are in the English section. Yeah. God, I am not British, and the amount that my enthusiasm for the United Kingdom bounty has always been on the very low end. So that's going to inform the quality and candor with, oh, I'm Nero, I'm sorry. I'm gonna fuck you up here, yep. Okay, English, Little English. Major Oak. Okay. Paddington, no. Wickenfen, no. Dovedale, no. Bostwater, no. Scaffold, maybe. Blake. Mallory, meh. Bull? No. I get that it's John Bull, but no. Winnipeg. We can do better than this. I know Calgary's up here right now, but like, wait, is it not? Hold on. I have to check the fucking video from yesterday, which means I have to go to YouTube. I have to get the fucking URL. I need to not watch it on YouTube because the minute I click on this, it's gonna roll ads. They've ruined the site. They have really ruined this fucking site by cooking it so the ad block doesn't work anymore. Because that was the one thing that made YouTube... Nope, this is building your own science fiction setting. Well, it's the right channel. You just copied the wrong URL, Alex. I sure fucking did. No, I didn't. Yes, I did. Shut up. Let's try that again. That's completely not right. Okay. Share. Copy. That's the correct URL. Don't give me the Katie and Shock Troop video. That's House Varun. I'm gonna level with you. The software I'm using, not always the best. Not always the best. Okay, so maybe we just risk running into ads. Maybe we risk it running ads. You cannot tell me. I'm sorry. What resolution do you think I want to be watching? Ah, yes. Thank you, Jesus. I know I'm streaming at the same time, so this very thoughtfully jumped ahead with so Calgary was put up there and then rejected. Yeah, okay. That was a quick turnaround. So when I go through and I make things green, the fuck am I missing here? That's right, Jasper. And Jasper was either from Mark or from the stream. It does not matter to me. But Calgary, obviously, the joke didn't even survive the one stream. Shame. We might get a planet, maybe. It's interesting when Mark doesn't like referencing things that a lot of people would take for granted. Like, oh, of course I want my city or whatever to be in there. We all have different tastes, and that kind of reference tends to not be Mark's cup of tea. Dog, I don't know. I need to like creatively engage with this sheet, and I just haven't. I have largely just rejected stuff and gone, the rest is fine, I guess. I've not been wowed by this one, which I think is more of a consequence of me not having the cultural context of why X, Y, or Z would be a good name rather than a bad name, would be interesting rather than not. Oh, okay, Ormer. I'll undeafen for Ormer. Hello. Now you get double audio.
Oh, sorry, I was listening to you on
I know.
Twitch, and so I heard an echo. So, sorry about that.
You're fine. You didn't. So when I have taken an action that is discombobulating to you, you do not need to apologize to me. I figured you were getting the audio on Twitch and would get echoey. You're good. I don't know. Do you have feelings about these UK names?
Well, so I'm going off. I'm just like, there are a couple ideas that I saw from like older English things, but I remembered that Mark specifically asked for things that are evocative of the Pax Britannica.
Yeah.
So I was looking more through like heroes of the time, like people, locations, events, words that are evocative of it.
I'd be careful with people. During like the stream. Oh, go ahead.
No, because I know he doesn't like people. He did like directly say he thinks it's vain,
and he was talking about how he was breaking his own rule by doing it, and then immediately said, "Well, these are all temporary anyway." So
there are some where I can say you can probably justify like Victoria. I can probably say Victoria. You can probably justify being there because I mean. Victorian era.
I even like Elizabeth, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, Victoria and Elizabeth, I think, are two important ones. Like there are two that like I think you can justify keeping them. One I was thinking is maybe Wellington. I know that's not the guy's name, but he's often referred to as the Duke of Wellington. But even then, like, he was a guy, he was just a general, and he's most famous for beating up the French. So it's like, I don't know if we'd want that.
What the hell is Carwin? What is Carwin? I don't like it. So Carwin for me makes me think of George Carlin, who I fucking love, but
I don't think it's him.
No, it's not. The Carwin Stone. This is a rock.
But it's a very cool rock.
Shit, yeah. Look at that rock.
It is a very cool rock. Look at that.
That might be, I don't know, 1.5 feet high. I
think that's the best rock I've ever seen.
This could be a random field in Kentucky. This is like the most unimpressive fucking thing. Like, wow, look at that. Okay.
What if I just like give off some ideas for names? They're probably not going to be good. But I know he doesn't like Arthurian stuff.
Oh god, he hates it. Everybody was screaming Avalon, Avalon, Avalon in YouTube chat.
Well, he did.
Like,
okay.
Not happening.
Now I will say he did have a place called Avalon in Classic. So
yeah. I don't think he liked it.
Robin Hood references?
Ugh.
No?
Probably not. So the problem with a lot of British legend is that it's all pretty folksy and juvenile in tone, the way that we often associate it. Doesn't have to be, you know, you can recontextualize things to be more mature or serious or somber, but the association that jumps to mind with a lot of this media, and I think this is probably why Mark is like, is that it's kind of silly and it's overly romantic and it's cartoonish, and that's not the vibe, I think.
No, I agree. Probably not St. George, even though he is the patron saint of England.
No fucking saints. Nope. If Mark wants to put in a saint, I will bitch and say we should change it, but I won't fight him that hard, but I'm never going to be like, ooh, this saint would be really good. No.
Yeah.
Okay, so this Brocoliande, God, it's more French than it is not, but I do like it as a name. It isn't Brockland, it's Brocoliande. It's forest fen. Not fen. Forest wold? Something like that. He really
So I had an idea for a name and I checked it.
Oh.
And it's already been rejected.
Yeah, what was it?
Coldstream.
Yeah. Care City, I like. Care Fjorden? That's okay. Anwin, I like. I wonder who fucking suggested Anwin. I won't worry about it. And then Cogwin dur Ardu. Black Cliff of the Black Height. It's very long and it's kind of ridiculous, but Mark liked it, and it's one of Carbon's names. Ace of Carbon is really, really a prolific and high quality name suggester, name nerd, and is also British. So I tend to defer to Ace of Carbon's ideas, except when I don't. Runnymede is just such an uncomfortable name.
Yes, he has good names.
Runnymede is important place, but like it sounds gross. I like Sterling.
Sterling's good.
Yeah. Newton's boring but fine. Cambridge, boring but fine. Ironbridge I feel like we got too much bridge shit going on here with Bridgewater, Ironbridge, and Cambridge.
Somebody did suggest Oxford.
Yeah, but we already have Cambridge. I don't think we need 2 university systems. And Cambridge is a reference to... Why can I not remember this word today? Freelancer. So that's why I would go with Cambridge rather than Oxford, though Oxford is older, isn't it? Is that right? Oxford's gotta be older. Oxford school age. No, fuck you. You know what I meant. University age. 922 years old versus Cambridge. I'm assuming it's doing the math right. Yeah, it's about 100 years older. Ironbridge is just like the first Iron Bridge. That sucks. I'm pretty sure this is a car. It's Mikey. I don't think Ironbridge is very good. Bridgewater Canal, first true canal in England. But the name's just so boring. I don't like Bridgewater. Britannia. I know some people have been saying Britannia's too on the nose. We have a Liberty system. Like, it is on the nose, but I want it. Mark was on the fence about Jubilee. I really like Jubilee. I think Whitehall is great, especially where it is. That and Whitecliff are a little too similar, but I can live with that. Tempest, I like a lot. I don't know if it makes sense here, but I like it. Paramount, I feel like Paramount's so generic.
I'm just trying to wonder what names are there that's evocative of the Pax Britannica?
Not a lot. That's why
Like-
I haven't really engaged with that part of the bounty. I haven't submitted much to this bounty at all, have I?
Alright.
13 things, that's it. Holy shit, yeah, you can tell I just have not creatively connected with this prompt. Gladstone's a fun name. It's a person, though. I don't know.
William Gladstone?
Yeah, just because the people I want to keep around are... The people I want to keep around are the monarch names, and I'd kind of like to cut... but then I'd be cutting Newton. I don't know. Maybe it's fine. What's the other one I'm iffy on? Paramount. Paramount can be a yellow, and then Mark's gonna look at all these colors and go, what the fuck is this about? And don't worry about it, buddy. Don't worry about it. Oh, Mary Seacole. She's an interesting character and an interesting figure, but I don't... We just have a lot of people names, when generally it's something like 5% is what we aim for. Osborne. Okay, Osborne I don't like because I think Ozzy Osbourne. Formal residence of the Queen. I believe you, but also I don't like it. Former royal residence.
What?
It's a national heritage site. It's a former residence. We can use contemporary residences, right? Yeah, it was a naval college in the 1930s. No, it was a convalescent home. Bro, no. I'm gonna downgrade that to red. As of the point of departure, it's I don't think so. I don't think so. And then Mark talked about Canadian names and not having a clue, and I don't either, bud. I don't either, so... Leave that. Tangeri, I think, is okay. I don't care. Should it be something else? I don't know. Seamount? Earth of Frost? Smother? I'm getting that name wrong. Some other generic ass name out there. I don't know. Jubilee YouTube channel? When I say Jubilee, I think, oh shit, Hami's here. Oh fuck. Oh shit. When I see Jubilee, I think of an ex of mine.
That is much better.
Oh, you were so
hello.
quiet.
Hmm?
Is your mic turned down, Nami?
It was just turned away.
Oh, okay, that's what it was. You weren't
Yes.
picking up. It was very
I
ASMR.
was playing a game where you scream a lot at other people, and that's why.
So it's loft time with your boyfriend?
That's
Different?
different. Yes. We played. Okay, we played Satisfactory, but after that, I played an MMO. I screamed at people.
Raven didn't
Oh.
whoop you into Final Fantasy 14, right?
No,
Alright.
yeah, I just, box all it is.
Do you have British takes?
Takes on British names.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say I have good, new ideas, but I am pretty confident at rating them.
So all bad then? Is that what I'm hearing?
All bad? No,
Yeah.
no. Let's see. I mean, from the stream, the most common, I guess, issue of naming conventions is once again of naming stuff after people. I think,
Yep.
We had that issue with the US, and the US had that convention from somewhere. So, and also the fact we don't know how the royal family looks or how it exists.
Yeah.
That means like how much royal influence does the naming because that makes a huge difference in like what parts of like British like history and culture you pick from, whether like depending on how like a Britain, like a modern Britain, even with its monarchy still existing, and a Britain stuck in the 30s with its monarchy, or like the power of the monarchy and its influence,
It's a big difference.
big difference. My personal take would be go with the more modern take, as that's just nicer.
Yeah.
But we don't, and I'm sure Mark won't be mad at the fact that we give monarchy less of an important role.
Yeah, I was just saying that I think we have too many people names in here. We have Henry Elizabeth Victoria, Carwin, Shackleton. No, not Carwin. That's just a fucking rock. We have Shackleton, Gladstone, Seacole, Osborne, and that's just too many fucking people.
Wait, the national motto of England is in French.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes.
They
That's
beat
funny.
that.
that's the language their like rulers spoke for a long time.
No, I know. I just think it's funny.
Yeah.
We're not naming something after St. Andrew's Cross. If you know, you know, but I'm no.
Saltier?
Mm-hmm.
Also, Saltier's just not a... Because Saltier is just a pattern.
Yeah. Yeah. God, wow. You really just went and wrote down every Canadian province, huh? Inspired.
Who did
Wow. Why didn't I think of that?
Who did that?
I'm not going to call
You don't
out
have to call
people's
them out by
names.
name.
Let me see.
No, it's okay. It's just Mark set them up for failure by putting Quebec on the map as a system because that sets the
yep,
precedent.
they really
well,
did.
if Quebec is there, then the others should be.
Oh, Quebec is one system.
I hope
But
it's a
that-
placeholder.
I assume because wasn't like Quebec meant to be
It's
its own
independent.
thing? Its own
Yep.
thing.
I don't know. Maybe Quebec is an independent system, and it
Well,
just
hold on.
happens to be up here.
I think here it says he already has a name for it. Well, at least a name for a city there. Saint
Yeah.
Laurent.
Yeah.
So it's probably, I'm guessing, just the capital city.
Yes. What symbol did you use, Mark? You used the UK symbol, didn't you? Yeah. So okay, here's some meta shit. Some meta map nerd shit. In this cluster, or the series of clusters, there are way too many inhabited systems versus uninhabited systems. Nowhere else on the map do we have this many contiguous inhabited systems. Nowhere at all.
That is. Wasn't that like at least in a secondary sentence talked about of like apparently there was the concept thrown around of Britain like over enthusiastically putting people in places in like that range,
Yeah.
but that's still too much because the US also probably put a lot of people, like as many people as they could, to colonize planets, and that's so.
Yeah. The US is supposed to be the big one. Yeah, no, see, I guess what I'm drawing a connection to is like Brazil and even no, I'm looking at Italy and it's God, these
Also
God
quite
rays
dense.
pop. It's okay. It's okay. It's just feeling really dense because there are no independent systems around it right now. So it feels really artificial to me.
It feels like, to me, it feels like an anomaly, but not impossible. You know? What I
Yeah,
mean?
Are you guys judging the submissions?
Yeah,
We're judging a lot of things right now. We're very judgy, apparently.
Yeah.
I will say this section here of the systems that Mark laid out, I love this shit. I love Mark leaning into this structure kind of looking like a tree and having these roots coming off of it. I think that looks sick as hell.
I think that's a nice part. I think that's probably one of the nicer parts in the map.
It
This is
also
goofy.
It does look like Great Britain if you squint your eyes a lot.
Yeah, this is super goofy and I hope we play with this because this looks like Scotland. This 100% looks like Scotland. Like here's Cornwall over
Cornwall,
here, and then we'd have like
England.
London right here, and then this goes up, and then Scotland, and then here's Wales, and that's the United Kingdom.
Without, yeah. Well, Great Britain.
Well, the Isle of Man would be here in Ireland. It's way too much of a 1-to-1.
Yeah.
I don't love it. I'm looking forward to looking at the maps that people submitted for the Fanlore fan art. I'm
pretty good from what I've
I'm
seen
pretty
so
happy
far.
with the number of results we've gotten. Can I get away with saying no to St. Lawrence? I could try.
Lawrence.
United Kingdom systems in it is crazy.
Yeah, I did that.
That's wild.
Mark named, well, I mean, you all can see the staff area, so you can see what he named the UK systems init prompt. But of course, that's in a staff area, so it's not public spacing. And I'm like, yeah, no, I'll take this joke further. He was like, are we sure we want to do that? I'm like, buddy, it's been done.
It's already done. You can't.
Blake, Raven, no. Hawthorne. Hawthorne's okay. Hey, Kerbal, you're British. What are your British name tags?
I'm British?
Yep.
What?
Yep.
Now, yeah, transported.
Certified Brit. Can you Brit-splain the Can you Brit-splain this to us? Is that reasonable?
Fuck, hold on, wait.
Hell yeah, dude.
We got. Fuck, I can barely read. Guys, I can't read. I'm dyslexic.
How's I mean, I imagine that you're still like super oversaturated with coursework right now, right?
Oh yeah, no, I was working till 11. I think I just bombed a math I was about to use terminology. Math midterm.
What kind of math?
Multivariable calculus.
Oh god.
Kind of like very important stuff, but
Yeah.
I just like totally forgot it. So
How many variables?
Multi.
I think that more than one.
Two or
Was it-
more than? Okay, because it gets complicated at more than two.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Three gets funky. I have to do linear algebra with 3 for engineering math. I have, dude. I'm taking like my schedule is basically in the morning from fucking like 7:40 till lunch is 3 different kinds of math.
Yeah, that sounds about
And,
right.
like, physics is like, yeah, we'll use these symbols, and then math is like, no, we're gonna use these ones, and then engineering's like, no, we're just not gonna use symbols.
Do they like draw small pictures every time?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
They're like, here's a trust, guys, figure it out. I'm like, I don't know what I'm looking at.
I don't understand.
I also have bought an incredibly large amount of stuff off of Temu.
What? Okay.
That's not surprising.
And then someone told me that there was a French surplus sale going on, and I just dropped like $90 on pants.
Man, you are never getting out. With the way that you spend money, you are,
I have a PhD in keeping myself poor.
God damn, I love America.
If they didn't want me to buy it, they wouldn't put it on sale with
Yeah.
code BUSSY for 7% off Americana Pipe Dream Apparel.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
Code BUSSY. Oh, I think it was code Bussin, but BUSSY worked as well.
I Bussy's better. Mythical.
So, the United Kingdom.
Yeah, I've been working while talking. But,
These, hold on, I'm gonna put it in the English in the VC chat.
Pants.
I'll just start again. Pants.
What,
They look like, I know the kind of people that would wear these kinds of pants.
oh yeah, fascists.
Well, there are 2 kinds of people I'm thinking about that would wear them.
Oh, LARPers and fascists.
3 actually.
Oh, LARPers, furries, and fascists.
Yeah.
wait.
So, Kerbal, Please tell me which one of these
Is
groups
that-
you belong to.
If these are surplus, doesn't that
I
mean
will
these are
proudly,
more
I'll
valuable?
proudly be a LARPer. No, they weren't worn. They're unissued.
Oh.
Why
They're
so
unissued.
disappointed?
Nah, it's because Armor wants to like sniff them.
What?
The previous
That's not even remotely
occupants of those
close.
pants. Just oh yeah.
God, what a. Just imagining somebody in a secondhand goods store, like in a Goodwill, just like going around smelling pants.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a good patina on that
Oh
one.
yeah. Oh yeah. Ah. Then they go over to like the fucking kids' toys. Oh,
No!
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Call me.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so we're just extremely normal.
Yeah, we're very professional.
We really
Oh,
need
fuck.
Raven to set up a staff chat room because we clearly need to let
Like
off steam.
That's what RP mod reset is for.
Dude, right? I love that that's still there. RP mod chat, and then RP reset. Yeah.
I mean, RP mod chat is currently unused. Yeah.
Did you
Yeah.
want to nuke this chat? It's been what, 3 days, no response. Yeah, we're probably just leaving it.
Yeah, it exists now.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah. Very funny to have people
I
losing
just
their
noticed
damn
why-
minds.
Why I can't.
People, it was one dude.
Person, yeah.
Two. It was two
Oh.
people.
Was it? Oh.
It was two.
Well, okay, there was one person freaking out, and there was like two other people that were normal about asking.
Hmm.
So
Oh, did they actually did they use like mod mail like they're supposed to?
yes, they respectfully asked via mod mail.
Wild.
That's That's
Nah,
impossible.
couldn't be me.
I noticed why I can't read shit from Alex's stream, because I assume Alex has a pretty wide monitor,
Yeah.
and I put the stream up on my secondary monitor, which is old and therefore square.
Yeah.
Oh.
I have a ultra wide monitor, and
And,
old and
it's-
yours.
I'm streaming at that resolution, aren't I? Yeah. There was a while where I'm like, I'm gonna stream in normal 1080p, and then I hated it because it fucks with my settings, and I don't care about Twitch and YouTube that much. So sorry, it's a bad user experience.
On my normal monitor, on my big one, it looks normal. But I also want to play video games while I'm watching a stream.
Oh, well, I'm not entertaining enough.
Yeah,
Wow.
sorry.
Wow.
Damn.
You're literally streaming a spreadsheet. I'm sorry.
Yeah. What? This is not the height of entertainment to you? Okay, so these Welsh names, care this, care that. It sounds really cool at first blush, like, care whatever, ooh, yeah. But when you sit down and go, that just means castle. That just means fort, whatever. It loses some of the je ne sais quoi about it.
It does.
It counter arguments.
Mm-hmm.
This is very common
Yes.
for place names, like across languages.
Yeah.
Even in English, things are called something fort. In German, like we have from Magdeburg to Regensburg.
Lauderdale. Oh. No.
So it looks slightly less cool, but it's like totally fine, I would say.
Mm.
You just shouldn't overdo it.
Port Cavassos, formerly Hood. Oh.
What?
What? Are you?
I only caught
we-
half
we-
of that, Kerbal.
We renamed.
I-
He's talking about a fort that we renamed.
Oh, okay. Lauderdale. Okay. No. I got it.
Lauderdale's alright. Fort Cavassos, formerly Fort Hood. Awful place. Oh my god.
Why?
So
God.
changing
There's
the
one
name
there.
didn't make it better somehow? Still
No.
sucks?
Surprisingly, people still keep murdering each other.
What? Well, okay, no, we can't get it. No. That's
You
that's
mean to
politics.
tell me
No,
that
I can't.
changing the name of something doesn't actually change everything else?
Well, I know why
Crazy.
they changed the name, but
Is
I
it
know why they changed the name.
is it
But
political
it wasn't.
to
It wasn't to.
discuss poor organizational practices?
No.
I mean, quite by definition, very much so.
Yeah.
Oh, I said no. I guess I'm just goof.
Well, that's all politics is. It's just the organizational
Discuss-
practices.
Yeah, discussing organizational practices. That is very much politics.
But yeah, no. Changing a name without changing anything more substantial. Shocker when that doesn't work out.
They're trying to. I'll give them that much, but man, it is going slow.
changing a name is probably a little bit easier. Probably just slightly easier.
I don't.
It was a lot cheaper to change a few signs than it was to. Well, I mean, they also fired like damn near every officer there.
Was the name change even related to that?
No, it was because it was named after
A Confederate, yeah.
Yeah.
John Bell Hood.
hmm
Which I gotta say, funny that so many U.S. Army bases are named after people who tried to kill Army soldiers.
Is it
I know.
funny?
That's what they're famous for.
Is it funny, or does it maybe suggest
It's like
some,
ironic.
some sort of greater solidarity, class and class consciousness and solidarity across those
Pretty
lines
sure the
more
reason
so
was
than
to-
anything else?
Pretty sure the reason was to like try to mend relations between the North and the South after the war.
Mhm,
I wouldn't call
mhm.
that mending.
I
Well, it
would
was
call
part of
that
it. It was part of, like,
sweeping it
a-
under the rug.
It was part of like this wider thing where Northerners just kind of accepted the lost cause
Yeah,
in favor of a return to normalcy after
Yeah.
the war.
yeah. They're American.
It was
I
super
can't.
cringe, but-
We can't. We can't.
Yeah, we are.
There's so much
This
that
is-
it would be so easy for me to
I just
segue
wanted
into.
for Obama,
If we,
guys. It would have been really funny.
For Obama.
I have to sadly agree. It would have been
Obama's
very
not
fun.
kin in Dawn of Victory. Get it right.
What?
I want Fort Obama.
you know, Kerbal,
Obama.
you could sneak in
There's
a lot of
I could-
things.
I
A
could
lot of
skip
things
So much. Oh yeah.
that
But you shouldn't, because
you.
you know it's a very serious project.
Yeah, they like zoom in on a Porsche. Does that fucking say Obama on it?
Is that guns?
Instead
know,
of
I mean-
line art, if you zoom in enough on the
Just
fucking
Obama's face.
vector, it's all just the word Obama over and over and over and over and over.
Who would find that out? Like who
Yeah,
would?
Trey.
Instead of like coloring it in,
Trey
Kerbal
or
just
Mark?
wrote it in with a
Because
bunch of
Mark was like,
Obamas.
if/when we do put this on a poster.
Oh my god,
make
it's
things
just
look nice.
it's Obama all the way down.
Well, hold on.
People
If you're
poster,
putting it on a
and then, like,
poster,
someone
you're gonna have to
buys it, it's
rasterize it.
Does that fucking say Obama everywhere?
If it's colored with a bunch of very tiny Obamas, it's not going to show up because when you export it to something that you can actually print out, it has to be rasterized.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
It-
I'm not that smart.
Converted into a pixel format rather
Yeah.
than a vector format. So at the resolution where it's indistinguishable if it's text or a line, it
Mhm.
would translate over as a line.
Everything for me is in pixels. I don't know how to switch it to vectors. Guys.
Different
So,
software.
like, for example, Adobe Illustrator, which Mark uses, that is a vector-based program,
And so is
which is why he's
Inkscape
using it.
that I
Yeah.
use. And
Jim-
it sucks, man.
it
I'd
like-
rather use paint.net or fucking Photoshop, but it,
Yeah, Photoshop is Photoshop is rasterized. It's a raster-based program. there are ways you can achieve the effects you want that you tend to go for when you. There's a way to achieve the effects that you use a vector program for with Photoshop. It's just harder. And it's a lot less flexible.
It was very funny seeing Shirley in YouTube chat giving customer support for Adobe Illustrator yesterday on stream.
That makes sense. It fits. But we don't talk about YouTube chat
It's
for
just
too long.
No,
it's
we
so
don't.
funny
YouTube
seeing
chat is
Shirley be
terrible.
like really confident about something when normally she's so quiet and apologetic. But as soon as somebody's using a fucking software program she's more familiar with, just immediately tearing into Mark. Like, goddamn. He's just a boy. Leave him alone.
Oh, maybe you should give him like a what's the word? A crash course in using Illustrator.
I'm pretty sure he's like not that incompetent on it.
He's not.
Like, yeah,
But
he
what
just
he ran
it's-
into was a visual glitch that he was then trying to get rid of and started fucking around with layers that honestly
not have
scared
fun
me
with.
doing that. That scared me more than when he leaked our DMs.
Actually, what was the last thing I'd said to Mark? I wonder. I haven't DM'd him in a
Um,
minute.
Yeah, I remember DMing him for you. You're muted on stream. That's the last thing I sent Mark.
Damn.
I think mine was like the wiki stuff.
Oh my god.
Yeah, same. I think mine was like, hey, what was mine? Yeah, it was literally about the email.
Yeah.
Uh,
I
Somebody
really
suggested
need to
Banff.
spend more time. Yeah, Banff is okay. I don't know, man. Like, it's a beautiful national park in Canada. I think people are recommending it because the Templin Institute had Mark go there once and showed that he was there. People are being
know,
weirdly parasocial.
It's-
I mean, also, isn't it close to Calgary, which
Yes.
makes sense why he would go there?
It's also
Mark-
beautiful, but yeah.
That is true.
National parks were literally suggested by Mark, like as an idea for Canada.
Oh, Banff came before that. That was here a while.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, it's a no brainer.
Giving people credit? No. Hide, I don't like. Scuffle.
There's so many city names people.
Yeah,
I don't know
because
what's a
I
good
said
name for Britain.
Rockdale. That's interesting. Angsley, it's an island. I don't think it's that interesting. I like the whole Celtic mythology thing. You know what? Fuck it. We'll add that. British Celtic mythology myth.
Oh, that's going to be complicated. Well, actually, no, not that much.
We,
Just
I
like
want,
very.
I want these
Just-
for a transition
just an-
between the UK and France. That's why I want this. Are we gonna
Yeah,
get
yeah,
it? Is it gonna
that's
work this way? Probably not, but I'm front
We'll
loading
see.
work that I want to do by saying other
Can it be
people.
called the English channel? I'm
Yeah, oh,
Get the fuck out of here.
No.
The channel's
Why-
dead and it ain't coming
okay.
back.
Oh, why channel and not even like why? Why the U? That sounds like using.
There's the
putting
white
an-
cliffs of Dover. Yes. Oh, my fucking arm. Ow.
Because like channel, like it feels like very much like when sci-fi changes like something to an X or something to somewhere futuristic,
Yeah.
but with a
We've
U
talked-
instead of an.
We've talked about doing that, stuff like that. Like, how do we corrupt words and turn them into like slang and take like modern words and apply 200 years of like spelling changes to them? It's something we've
It will
thought
be-
about.
It just regresses back to like old English.
No. I mean,
Time is a flat circle.
okay, the thing about OTO is right.
H-O-T-T-O-T-O.
English, it's like a lot of English-speaking countries with
Mhm.
French-speaking countries. And then you have like a million other languages that are just not the like state languages of the big systems. So with that in combination,
So riddle me this then. English or Spanish?
English. All right, yeah.
Spanish. That's okay. Actually,
Hold on. I have to go look it up how to say it next. I don't know how to say it in that language. Can you stop it? Stop, please! God, I never accept on purpose.
Every day watching Kerbal just break a little more it gives me life. It really gives me life.
God.
am I like missing state? What's it called? Official, not official language. It's like the state language. The language that the government is using. I don't know the specific.
I think official languages, right?
Official
I think
language.
that's the term
Okay.
you use.
You don't have. Okay. Yeah, the big two would be French and English. The OTO, right? Is there
And
one I'm
OTO?
missing? Is there one I'm
Probably.
missing?
Wait, Mavis, it is gay. I had to look it up.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I
don't even think that's how you say that.
No, it's not. I used the mobile version of Google Translate, so it's wrong.
yeah. Nami, it's a great question. English is probably number 1.
Because you have the United States, the PSA, you have the United Kingdom, you have Australasia. Those are.
You have the oh my god, what the fuck is
And the
Nigeria
EAF are
called?
Federation of Nigeria. Are you thinking of the EAF?
East African. Yeah.
That's West Africa. No, I'm thinking West Africa. I'm thinking Nigeria because they are incredibly populous, and given more time, I think that they transition away from using French.
Are they in the Orion Arm? Or sorry, are they in the same clouds?
Are they?
I don't think so.
Not yet.
I don't think they're even on the map.
They're not aligned.
It is-
I don't think there's any African nations in the Sea of Clouds. but I might be
It's-
wrong.
You'd be wrong. I think
There is.
East Africa Federation is here. In the Sea of
Yeah,
Clouds.
yeah.
Oh,
They're,
right.
uh,
Okay, I forgot about that.
They're
Yeah, but what?
here.
Forgot they were part of OTA.
Wait,
Yeah.
isn't that France?
No.
France is here. PSA
Oh.
is here. I think East African Federation is this blob here. This is the UK. It's a bunch of independent shit.
Let me find it. He
Australasia.
made it on a. He did it in a map stream.
Yeah,
at one
yeah,
point.
and then I didn't write it down.
Ah.
I know Australasia is here. I know
I
France is
swear.
here. I know PSA is here. You can kind of see some circular shapes here. Like this is a circle. This is a circle. This is a cluster. This is a cluster. This.
And there are a bunch of circles.
They all look like the nebulas if you stare at them for long enough. And I know this is probably just a. Oh God, what do you call that psychological test?
Darkness? No, not darkness.
Shrug. Fuck.
Ink blot test.
Yeah, Rorschach.
Rorschach
Or-
test. Yeah. I see
Rorschach.
skulls in so many of the nebula.
Now that
More
you
than
say
I
it.
see anything else. Like that's a skull.
Are we the baddies?
That's a
Oh,
skull.
there's skulls everywhere.
That's a skull. That's a skull.
Oh no, I now also see it.
Yeah. I mean the one in the
skulls
Soviet
everywhere.
Union is so hard for me to not see as a skull. Like here's the nasal
Oh yeah,
cavity,
holy
here's
crap,
the
I've seen
eye.
that
Yeah,
one.
The
nice.
skull's like fractured
I
and
think they're-
broken.
Goes hard though, I have to say.
It goes hard as hell, but it's
But there's skulls everywhere.
It's on the
Should
right
be
side.
right back.
Yeah, in the Sea of Clouds, like the thing
Mhm.
you said was like multiple skulls. I see like those two circles, and then like it's a gaunt face to me with the like
Oh, here we go. I
exit
found it.
on the bottom as well. You see what I mean?
I've spent too long staring at the. Yeah, I see what you're. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, I do. This
Uh-huh,
this
I
is a
found it.
mouth. These are eyes,
Oh,
and this
you
is
already
like a
posted it.
tiny
Oh.
little hand putting a
Big foot.
Cheeto into the mouth.
Well, clearly that's where the Americans need to be. We need to redraw some stuff.
Yeah.
Mm,
I like
Cheetos.
the name Yukon. I think it's just kind of generic. God, I've cut down so many of these today. I don't like that I reject so many. I would like to keep more, but also there's a lot of not so great suggestions. I
Also,
like
there's
the
a-
roads idea. The roads idea is interesting. Let's say something positive, Alex. Yeah, roads are
Yeah,
interesting.
Put it, make it purple. Maybe.
It's interesting. Maybe not.
Okay, maybe not enough. Okay.
The ones I actually like, I've moved up here to citation needed, for the time being. I like Exeter, but I think that's too on the nose. Rochdale. So okay. Mm-hmm.
On the topic of mythological creatures or things from British mythology, a lot of British mythological creatures are just very malevolent.
Yeah.
A lot of them are water-based.
Yep.
And a lot of them like to drown people.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's probably good for the independent systems around the UK. Like a lot of those, like sea creatures are a good, I guess, theme for star systems that are not settled.
Is there a word for ferry path? Yeah, but like a cooler name for a ferry path? Right now, there's these kind of root structures that I really like. And I'd like to move Runnymede out of here. I'd like to get rid of Henry entirely. And where Elizabeth is now, I'd really like to have some sort of transitional name, like a ferry path or a ferry ring kind of circle. But I can't think of any singular word for... That's sick as hell. The Teal-tag? Teal with tag. Have paths on it which it's death for a mortal to walk. Fucking, those are called streets, brother. Get out of the road. Gonna get hit by a car, being silly. Ferry paths, Cranogs? It's a type of island. Maybe I'm being too clever with this, but it was interesting in the stream how Mark was like, okay, so I want this area to be, well, actually what he did was this to be Wales, this to be England, this to be Scotland. I don't even remember what the fuck was up here. And he's
And
kind of...
Canada's above that.
Well, Canada's here. This was something...
We're in the cold, frozen north like always.
Yeah, he was saying that it reminded him of snow and... Sure, what Sure. If the Canadian wants this cluster of space for Canada, I think you can do better, but sure.
The Cheeto cluster.
Like, I get this beautiful shit. This rocks.
I mean, we're kind of the closest to the Germans, so the Germans want to attack the Sea of Clouds. They have to attack us.
Isn't there like
Assuming there's strings between us and
Um,
the Germans that don't go through the local cluster.
That's an assumption. I know what's behind the ship stuff here, and I
okay.
can't verify how correct or incorrect you are. But I will say we have German names here, and we have some transitional names to German here, and that's really fucking far away from over here.
very large Germany?
Big Germans, all of this, Germany. We remember
they like
when we
Lebensraum,
talked
so-
about the United States being the largest superpower. We lied. It's oops,
They're
all
already
Germany.
big.
Okay, but Germany, like every German planet, is like 5 dudes in like one shitty house with like a
Reddit.
space with like one shuttle port.
Reddit, run from it. Big Germany still arrives, all the same.
We I need people who are not staff and mods to talk more about the architecture of the United States, of Germany, of the Soviet Union, and of Imperial Japan. I need you to talk about it in the proper channels so that I can join in on those conversations in a place that you can see. I deeply encourage you all to talk about that kind of thing, and would love new ideas there. And by new ideas, I don't mean joking about commie blocks for the 50th fucking time. There's some really cool conversations going on, and I'd love to be able to find an excuse to talk about that with people in a way that's not me or Kerbal not so subtly asking directed questions in the
Hey, guys.
various chats.
Well, I don't know how
this
to
is really
think
out
about
of the blue, but I'm gonna ask this very oddly specific question.
Yeah, just for no reason. Mark hasn't said
Yeah,
that
has
we
not
shouldn't do
spoiled
it,
you.
so
Yeah, Mark hasn't told me I couldn't.
You see, the trick is just asking, like, sprinkling a bunch of questions. Some may or may not be real. Well, all of the questions are real. You know what I mean.
yeah.
So you just ask a bunch of questions. But yeah, people should also be more specific with their stuff. Like when they post about, I don't know, I would read about what Japan wanted to build. For example, like Japan had imperial. This is so obvious when I say it.
Have you
but-
seen the last two things I've posted about? Like those go kind of
Yeah,
Actually, I
wild.
have not. I'm gonna go take a
Um,
gander.
But like,
Oh yeah, I saw. There's a really good YouTuber who does architectural stuff.
Mhm.
What's her name?
oh,
No, keep going, keep going.
Like, what I'm curious about personally, because I've just not seen a bunch, like, just apart from DOV, curious about is like, what did Japan plan, like, with their imperial, like architecture-wise? What did they plan to build outside of Japan?
So,
It's like,
this is super fucking interesting, and I kind of started talking about this a little bit. With Germany, you have these really big, very visible figures, right? First and foremost, we have, oh my god, I can't remember his Speer, right?
yes, the guy that got away with like a lot of things,
Yeah,
because he lied in court.
but Japan, one of the okay, all right. Look, if he's dead. This isn't slander. This is just an interesting observation. All right. Kenzo Tange, one of the most important architects of the 20th century, hands down, one of the most important worldwide.
Oh yeah.
His work, his early career was in statist Japan and Imperial Japan during the 1930s and 40s. His proposal for the design of the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere Memorial Hall won and was going to be used. So if you want to look towards a person whose body of work speaks most to what Imperial Japan would probably continue embracing, you don't have to imagine. This guy went on to form worldwide concepts of like modernism and metabolism that have heavily influenced modern architecture to this day. It's really funny going and being like, well, how do we not cyberpunk this? Well, just don't cyberpunk it. This is your guy. His stuff is so good. Like these plans for Skopje and Macedonia, capital of Macedonia, right?
Macedonia, yeah.
Macedon.
Well, that's how the Bulgarians.
I make it
pronounce
a name wrong. These are super cool and sci-fi looking, and I mean in reality they'd be concrete fucking blocks, but he's so prolific. And hey, you want an example of a person like Speer living out and not having to. So Kenzo, not involved with the administration, right? Not at all involved with the administration. In no way involved. But like he was an artist that was
Commissioned, regardless.
commissioned by the state, and it's super interesting to look at his stuff. Like I can show these. This is his proposed memorial for 1942 that was approved, and it's near Mount Fuji or Fujisan, and it very much in this draft shows that the juxtaposition of nature and humanity within nature and like these kind of very Zen traditional concepts would still be held true, and it's so fucking cool. We don't have any stuff I can't share in here, right? No, all of this is public. I'm like, we don't have very proprietary stuff. And then this monument, the Hako Ichu, which looks so much more imposing on this money than it does in reality. Like this tower looks huge and imposing, but in reality it's just like, you know, it's kind of it's a monument, all right.
It's very gothic, though.
It's a bit much, yeah. These can point us in some direction of where it was headed on its own, and it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a pretty cool tower.
I had to send in 7 research requests yesterday. Not good time.
Oh, like
Fuck. Yeah, no, it's in the midst of doing stuff for Mark, I was also trying to turn in 7 research requests for a team of people who didn't do them.
I don't know why, you just reminded me I need to submit my application to be an election judge, because I wanted to do that.
What, you gonna judge my mail-in vote?
Oh, you voted
No, an
wrong.
election judge is just a poll worker.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Sorry, you voted for the wrong candidate there.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure that everyone's voting for the right candidate.
Yeah, abstain.
Oh my... Oh,
I'm gonna be fighting election fraud.
Super Earth Democracy.
Bernie 2024. Am I right? Am I right?
Bernie Sanders.
Gonna.
Oh, write in no.
Write in Vermin Supreme.
I'll just write in random presidents from the past. Like
Theodore
for this.
Roosevelt strikes again.
Yeah, I'll-
Joseph Ronald Reagan has been revived.
No,
Oh,
he's the
no.
only one I will not use.
Hey,
And James
we
Dean.
need more public
Do
toilets. If the ghost of Ronald Reagan came back, we would have at least
you-
one more
you-
I
public
Public
want
toilet.
toilet.
clean, Alex. I want
Funny
I
you
want clean
mention
public toilets.
Public toilets.
Okay?
No, I have just the video.
Oh, good.
Funny you might mention it. Behold, this is the architecture YouTuber I was talking about.
Oh yeah,
Dami Lee.
she's good.
She is.
Right.
I mean, you're
If
asking
if
for
I
my
remember-
skill.
Yes, it's her. She also talked about I think it was a
Channel.
sport. Metropolis versus Neo Tokyo. Also very interesting. And I thought about like posting that in DOV, but it would literally just be posting a YouTube short.
Yeah.
yeah.
Generally, the tendency, I will post videos in public chats going like, hey, this is a great introduction to something, but I won't have the expectation that anyone will actually fucking watch it. So in the staff areas, I summarize what's in the videos, because some of you don't have good attention spans.
Listen.
Some of us,
Listen.
yeah.
TikTok is
Oh,
ruined
most
our
of them.
generations.
Yeah, compared
The
compared to most people on the server, I have an acceptable attention span.
Oh, you're great. And honestly, Kerbal's fine. Kerbal's good. Kerbal, when Kerbal gets a task, is like the most laser focused fucking person. How's learning Mandarin going, Kerbal?
Oh fuck. Funny
Ni
you
hao.
mention that. I'm reading a dialogue right now,
Yeah.
and I
And how's
don't know what's being said at all.
Me when I try
just-
to learn the foreign
Okay.
language.
do
Me
do
when I
you-
tried to even learn French.
Do you have in your Chinese language course, is it immersive? So do you have a Chinese name?
I do, and I have a Taiwanese. Whoops, that's a major difference.
Oh no.
Oops, I done goofed.
Uh-oh.
A Taiwanese exchange student is our teacher.
Interesting. What's
Major
your
diplomatic incident caused by Kerbal.
Yeah, no.
Looks
the,
like you're getting some social credits here, Kerbal. What's your Chinese name?
Well, my girlfriend's parents have a different one for me than
Mhm.
my Chinese teacher does, because she's Chinese. So for her, it's long Ihu, which, from what I remember, is Dragon 1 Tiger.
It's Dragon something.
Dragon 1 Dragon 1 Tiger. And that is, her mom spent like a week trying to figure out my name. The first one was like Dragon Phoenix Tiger, and she was like, "Wait, no, that would be like low-key illegal because it's a very religious name."
Oh,
It
interesting.
sounds too badass. You're not allowed to.
Yeah.
You know what I went with? I went with Baisal.
Oh wow.
Basil.
The one here is Long Ka'un, but because I can't take things seriously, I like to just say Long Keen, and it...
Oh no.
Beautiful. Love to make a mockery of other people's languages.
And this is how I don't know pronunciation, Kerbal.
I can do it when I want to. However,
I
I
don't
don't.
want to.
And this is
Bright green freckle is
Oh
going
my-
on in here.
Hello.
Read the stream title, please. Please, Raven. Stream title.
We're looking at British names
Yeah.
and talking about buildings.
There's
In
no
Chinese
good
for some reason.
names.
There
And
are
also
no
talking
good
about-
names. Britain sucks and is a blight on this earth.
It just isn't. I'm trying. I swear, I looked through English mythology
What?
to find something.
The
It's
names
either
are so
people-
boring.
It's either Alex. It's either people or things that want to kill you,
Yeah, no, it just kind of
Or
sucks.
people that, yeah.
or people that want to kill you.
Yeah, the British.
What if instead of Canada getting absorbed into the UK,
What
the UK got
about
absorbed
the
into
screen
Canada?
title should I be reading?
That would
Oh,
make
it's so
it-
true.
Yeah,
Wait,
that would
How
make
much
it...
of the Wawa should you be reading?
What the fuck? What about the stream title? What am I doing now?
Oh, that's ostensibly what we're here doing is looking at the UK systems bounty and the stream stuff yesterday, and looking at the.
Oh, I can't read.
Oh,
Are we actually doing that? I started out pretty strong, but then my attention span with the UK is so bad. I care so little about this section of the map, and I'm trying so hard to find it, but I just
Unironically, I think the people name
Hello,
problem is
Jack.
worse here than in the US
Mine,
naming.
Oh yeah. No, it's way worse here.
Oi.
Like, at least we've got
And
some
Brits,
things that
yeah.
are unique.
Pip pip.
What's
I'll be honest.
Cheerio and all that.
Mm-hmm.
It's very funny that the best names that we have here are Welsh
I
and
mean,
not even English.
I'm so excited that we have a company on the star map now.
what?
Company?
Paramount.
Oh,
Yep.
Yeah, I want to get rid of it too.
because
It's a
of
very
yeah.
Wait, add
important
that
system.
wait, why is Jasper in the UK?
Also,
Canada's up north.
sterling, right? I know it's the type of silver, but isn't the silver type named after the company that made it?
Oh no.
I don't think so.
I'm
there's a
very.
place called Sterling.
I thought, is it named after the place or named after the because I'm not sure. Because sterling silver, I'm pretty sure, is named after this silver mint made the high quality silver, which is why it is now associated. I'm pretty sure it's fine because it's so long in the past that it doesn't matter. Like it's like
Had to be over 500 years
very,
ago.
very early medieval, like early medieval. So
Unknown.
I think it's fine.
Yeah, no, it's just like Little Star, right?
Possibly. Or bird.
Bird silver.
Alright.
Bird silver. How's the
I love all
tattoo
you,
healing?
but, I have a black stain on my pillow now.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
The
Normally you have
rocks
to pay for
consuming-
that. Is it all gushy yet?
Um,
Is it do you have it wrapped?
No,
What kind
it
of wrap
hasn't,
do they have on
it hasn't made its own little ink sac yet, if that's what you're wondering.
Hell yeah.
I did so I got the tattoo done, right? I got home at like 3:30. Passed out.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, ghosts, can you calm down? Thanks. I passed out and then I woke up about 7:30, 8 o'clock, screaming and twinging in pain and calling out for my fiance and crying.
Oh.
Oh.
Your pain
To-
threshold is lower than mine. Are you feeling like any kind of disorientation from all the stabbing, or?
See, my pain threshold is actually pretty high. It's just I was sleeping on my arm.
Oh, that's a bad time.
Hmm.
Yeah,
that-
so that's
that-
probably why there was a stain. But I like sleeping on my right side.
Mhm, mhm.
And the tattoo itself felt really bad, and also my tattoo artist kept doing circles and circles and circles and circles and circles and circles over the boob part over and over again. And
Yep.
she's like, your skin is not taking the black into your skin, okay?
Oh no.
I can't keep going with this because it will turn your arm into ground beef.
So you just go back for a second
So-
appointment after it's had a time to heal, and you stab it again.
Side note, right? She hit a spot where the nerves in your arm go up through your fucking collarbone.
Mm-hmm.
So it felt like I had a cavity in my collarbone.
Oh, that's sick. I mean, that sounds kind of miserable. I have found getting tattooed very therapeutic. I like it. But most people don't.
I don't mind it. It's just so it was me, my tattoo artist, another tattoo artist, and then a guy. And the guy kept looking over at me in the mirror in concern. Because every once in a while I'd be like, fuck you, why can't you just take the ink, you stupid bitch? And the tattoo artist was laughing at me the whole fucking time. And I'm like, are we done yet? And she's like, no. I'm like, cool, so I can go home? And she's like, no.
No.
You can't, not yet. And I had to call, I had to tap out about 15 minutes before the appointment was
so
over
funny.
because I just couldn't fucking take it anymore, man. She did like a bottom up because of the stencil. And, she went up and like was moving around the tattoo for like the last hour, and then she went back to the boobs. And I wanted to fucking die. I'm like, please, man, it hurts so fucking bad. Can I just go home now? And she's like, yeah, it's a good stopping point anyways. Your skin is just not taking the ink. And I'm like,
Thanks. Making me feel great about myself. Thank you so much.
And
When's
she's
your...
like, well, thanks for not quitting. And I'm like, I couldn't quit after the first fucking boob because it was like, what am I gonna do? Turn that into a fucking soccer ball or something? It's pure black.
Have a one-tittied, oh my god, I forget the character's name. Oh my god. Help me. What is her name?
So, I don't know.
I have
But,
no like, what Midna? You mean Midna?
Midna, thank you. One-tittied Midna.
Oh.
Tattoo.
So, I have the tattoo to worry about. I have my cats to worry about who keep freaking out and sniffing the shit out of my tattoo.
Yeah.
I have my fiance to worry about who's about to get hit by a hurricane and just got a tornado warning within like literally the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I forgot that
And my
he's down
doctor
there
just
too.
called.
Cool.
My
cool.
doctor just called this morning.
Well, hey, at least the Operation Lightning Fish is done, and you don't have to sit through another 2 weeks of delays about that. So yeah, silver lining.
Is it, Alex?
Hey.
Is it ever done?
No, not really. Not in a way that matters. The work just keeps on going, and people are ungrateful little shits about it. But we can act like there's a victory in there somewhere.
I give it 3 weeks before I have to. I give it 3 weeks before he wants the fucking DOV server to be redone.
Hey, you know what? At least we don't have to redo the RP.
True.
What RP?
What exactly?
Never existed.
The people who are like, I'm so excited for season 3 of Stellaris, I can't wait for the RP, and I'm like, you die!
You die now. Sure, you're excited for it? Pay for us to have game masters to run it, and not...
Stellaris Season 3 RP will be done exclusively through submitting Google documents via email. And you have a 2-week delay.
Paid. They have to be paid. $1 per submission.
I'm already poor. I have managed to make myself poor.
Mm-hmm.
Well.
Lol.
But now you can make yourself poor for a cause.
Rich in drip. Poor in material wealth.
We all know that you wouldn't do well in the Stellaris RP, don't even.
I don't even know what a Stellaris RP is.
Yes.
I'm more of a nation RP type of person, not a individual politics, tomfoolery thing.
Yep. No, I look forward to... Look, I loved the idea of the content. I'm pretty done with Stellaris, personally, in terms of, like, what I'm interested in. That ship has sailed, I put in my time. It should be fun, maybe, possibly. Maybe.
What should be fun?
The gameplay part, not the community management part.
I was gonna say, if you were saying that it should be fun to have a Stellaris Invictus Season 3 roleplay, I literally would unfriend you on Discord, Facebook, and never speak to you again.
Your Facebook
We're not friends on Facebook.
Hold
on.
Yeah, you're not,
no, we're not.
First of all, fuck you for not understanding that reference.
I
because
did.
That's from our generation.
I got it, but then I took it too literally, and I'm like, I don't think Raven actually follows me on any other social media. Coward, by the way, coward.
Shut the fuck up. Homeboy really jealous that my attention span that's directed specifically towards 2 Discords and Final Fantasy isn't also in their general vicinity.
Imagine.
But it would be epic.
Why did you have to say it in like a shitty, like voice actor,
One
like
man.
voiceover? Yeah.
One jar.
Armor. I see
Stop
where you're
being
going for, but
parasocial. That's weird,
I
Cham.
know,
Hey,
I'm trying. It's hard.
It's weird shit. Hey,
There's no fucking names in this country.
Parasocial.
This country.
As well.
Britain fucking
I
sucks.
will please.
yes, this is the energy I want here. Yes.
Eat shit and die. Perpetuate
sorry.
your bloodline by dying slowly. Stupid
Bwah,
American
bwah,
culture.
bwah.
I'm gonna stop.
I'm
this
sorry,
screaming
Alex, this
because
country-
people have
Britain
knocked on
fucking
my door
sucks.
asking if I'm okay several times.
Kerbo, are you
There's no
okay?
fucking
Are you
names.
okay? No, there
No,
aren't.
I was playing Helldivers with my friend, and we were just
Oh.
screaming and shouting the whole
What?
time.
Hey, I mean, Nami was talking about screaming at video games earlier.
Yes.
No, I was screaming in horror because like I would turn around and then the dog was there.
I also scream in horror in video game. No, I don't.
Stop
I actually-
hurting, I'm already dead.
Screaming in ecstasy is what you do.
No, I No.
you?
I just pushed
Excuse
down
me.
on it like a fucking moron dummy. Ellie.
I scream in annoyance. That's what I do, not horror.
I
My
mute for
stab
that.
wounds are hurting.
What if you poke it again? Would that help?
Stop! No,
Stop.
don't do something stupid. I'll do it.
Oh, do it for the chat. Do it for the. Oh my God, what was that?
All right,
Really
chat.
shitty
How long
videos.
do you think I could shove a butter knife into my arm before I start dying?
Please
But not
don't.
just any regular butter knife. The plastic butter knives that have that extra little point on the tip of it for some reason.
I wouldn't.
Mhm. Yeah, we don't
Decent
have to worry
assist.
about that.
Ow, 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 ow. And people are like, it's gonna get itchy, by the way. Don't actually scratch it. Just violently slap at it
Yep.
and poke. And,
Yep.
like, that hurts already.
Yep. Just tap it and slap it. My dating profile.
No actual scratching.
Wait.
But genuinely, do that. Otherwise, it'll bleed. And it'll be gross. So tap it and
Don't you
slap
have
it.
like
Indeed.
Yeah, don't you have like protective wrap around the tattoo?
Yeah, so they said I could take it off after 3 to 4 hours. Turns out that was bullshit and you're supposed to wear it overnight. So then I
Yeah.
had to grab the crinkled up paper and
back
put it
on.
back on my arm with like unstickied medical tape. So now it's just kind of floating. She floating. And every once in a while it will shift and not be over the tattoo, and then the earth makes it burn.
Nice. Hey, you know, price you gotta pay for beauty, I guess.
Yeah, I don't
It's
get
not even
tattoos.
done yet.
Yeah. Life is pain, and then you die. That's it. So enjoy the pain. Otherwise, what are we doing?
I don't want it. Can you take it back?
Nope.
Bring it back to the store.
Nah. Sorry, we don't accept returns.
I'll fucking pull like one of those like serial killer things and just peel the skin off. It'll reveal muscle with ink on it.
The thing is, that doesn't actually remove the tattoo entirely, which is the fuck part.
Okay, Google is stupid. It just said that UK has a mythological place called Stonehenge. Stonehenge isn't mythical; it exists.
What, tinted gel,
Well,
Glastonbury. All of
have
these are
you
real
seen
places.
Stonehenge
Puzzlewood.
ever?
God, they suck.
No, Nami, have you seen Stonehenge?
Yeah.
Just don't run my hinge till I.
Kerbal, are you? You're not okay. Kerbal,
What?
He's on like
What?
not even.
How
just one, he's on
un-okay are you?
multiple.
Like on a like how bad is it?
Kerbo, are you okay? Are you
I
okay?
have a
Are
tally.
you okay,
I have a
Kerbo?
tally of people who have asked me if I'm doing all right because it is September. I'll give them that much. But that tally is like currently half the company has asked if I'm doing all right.
Yeah, add one. Add one to the tally.
But
Do
that's
you
okay.
remember when Kerbal went nuts in September?
No, it's been months. To be part of the staff, you do kind of have to snap and
You
lose
know,
it a
I'm
little
just
bit.
doing fine. I'm just doing fine.
And that's why
I don't
you're
know
a
if you're-
fucking mod. That's why you're a mod and you're not staff is because you're mentally well. All I think about is you.
To be fair, no, I won't say that. No, I won't say that.
Look, we all know more or less how mentally ill one another are. We took personality tests. Team building
My
activities.
personality is go fuck yourself. That's my personality.
Do we have to run a bumper sticker?
It's
Sounds
slowly
like
degraded to I'm an empath. I have
I don't know what
empathy
to
for
do,
all
Alex.
those around me.
I remember.
If you
I'm
have to ask
buddy.
me for
It's
something,
okay.
the answer is no.
I'm kind of
This-
checked out on it too. Like I keep
This
trying and I'm
country
like,
has the worst fucking names ever.
yeah.
I'm so glad we split off from them because Minnesota, if it was run by the British, would be fucking named Blue Lakeland. That's what it would be called.
Yeah.
It'd be more over time. It'd be more like Blue Blackland.
I don't.
This tattoo is making me the opposite of horny. It hurts so bad.
Can't really.
Just say you're in pain. Just you're in pain.
No.
No.
It's a new feeling. It's the opposite of horny.
I can't say that it makes me feel in pain because I like that. Too
I
much,
feel so
it's the opposite
chaste.
of horny.
I feel
I feel
Raven is
penitent
turning
and
into a-
chaste.
Raven is turning into a medieval nun
Mhm.
with the tattoo.
Mhm. Start
I
saying
feel like that
Ave
does-
Maria.
I feel like that shouldn't be
Let
how
me
that
haunt
goes.
your cathedral.
Yeah, that's what nuns do.
That's what-
Mhm.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what else.
That's...
Have you not seen The Nun 1, The Nun 2, and other nun-related movies?
Can't say
Okay,
that
but
I
those are
have.
exceptional nuns.
I
Those
grew
are
up
different.
Yes,
Catholic.
and I wish to be that.
I didn't grow up Catholic, but I live in Bavaria, which
Yeah,
is
what the
about...
fuck?
Yeah, which is
How?
about... Okay.
Okay.
That's an interesting story. I don't know. You wanna hear the story of how I do not have to pay a church tax?
Have we talked about
Every
this?
time you have to
Did you
prove
have to
yourself
make
that
a
it starts
case
with
that you're
okay.
not religious?
No, better, much better.
All right, yeah.
My parents simply forgot to bless me,
Oh,
and
That-
and they forgot for long enough until I had like free will and like a choice, and at that point, yeah, hard convincing somebody. And from the fact that they forgot, they themselves aren't that religious, so they
that's
were fine
really
with it.
funny. That
Yeah, they just forgot. Or like they said,
they're
"Oh,
not
yeah,
very religious, right? I'm assuming.
No, they're very, very like. That's the reason why when they remembered and
Uh-huh.
asked me if I wanted to, and I just said no, it was fine.
That makes sense. That makes sense. That's pretty. I've been baptized so many times, and gonna tell you, it didn't stick. I'm going to hell.
Who gets baptized multiple times?
Somebody who
Also-
was born to a family 50% Catholic, 50% Protestant, and had to ping pong back and forth between those churches, following their various doctrines and rules and manners of behavior, appeasing both sides of their family, who started learning the like liturgy and structure of the church real early enough to go, wait a minute, you all suck. Fuck this, I'm out.
You know, I keep forgetting that they're like, for the fact that Europe had multiple wars between Catholics and Protestants, the like chillness between those two groups, compared to in the United States, is like. I'm sure, but I know a Catholic who converted then to like a like
Evangelicalist.
Protestant.
Yeah.
Well, no, actually not the American kind of evangelicalist.
Oh.
It just means Protestant here. Like if I say evangelical,
Mhm.
I had to learn that difference the hard way, because like our
Because-
evangelicals are like the chill ones.
But were you trying to say that my country was founded by a bunch of religious extremists and we act like it or something?
I watched a few I watched a few knowing better videos, and that's about it. That's
Yeah.
what I know.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Puritans?
Someone's
only
gonna have
persons.
to, next
And the
time
Quakers.
Purple's in a voice chat, you're gonna have to unserver mute him, by the way.
You server muted him?
He was singing songs and had copyrighted music that
I
sounded
thought he
hella
muted
awful.
himself. I was singing along
No.
with him.
Oh,
Wow. Silencing our East Asian staff. Really,
Oh.
I think this is racist.
Yeah.
What?
Okay. I accept. Or whatever.
You accept what?
Silencing minorities. That's what Raven accepts.
That's what
It's
Raven
not
stands for.
around
Yes.
the land. What? Literally, you're German. Stop.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. What
more
are you
things
following
change.
okay up with?
Okay. Is silencing somebody for being German also silencing a minority in this case?
No.
No.
Well, it depends on the
Considering
context.
that your country was very full of Germans after a certain period in time, I don't
It is
think you're
still very full of Germans.
Yeah, it is Germany.
Mm-hmm.
It is full of Germans.
It is.
That's how that
I
works.
mean, yeah, that's like all the people that live here. Well,
Yeah.
90%. We have a lot of people that are like, from other European Union countries that just didn't bother changing their citizenship because why would they?
Right.
Yeah, because why? Like, you can work and live here without being a citizen here if you're an EU citizen. So, we do have a lot of.
Ugh. This
Yeah.
sucks so much. This sucks so much.
What is
Every
this
time you Google
fucking
UK, I
country?
see like red links. I see so many red links.
Oh,
What is
do you
that?
know
Why?
why?
I know why. I know why, and I know why it's specifically about British like journalists.
Yeah, so does everybody know why I'm seeing red?
No.
Shinigami Eyes
you're-
is a plugin that automatically shows transphobic organizations, websites,
Oh.
and profiles, and it shows trans-friendly ones. And so I'm not saying that sometimes a lot of people show up red and I'm like, oh, I can immediately discount everything you say because you're a fucking transphobe, but it helps so much. So much.
Genuine question.
Discord needs this. Discord
Oh, yeah.
badly
And-
needs this.
In regards to like, genuine question. In
Uh-huh,
regards to like history.
Yeah.
Does that filter matter?
What do you mean history?
Like, we're talking like if you have like an article from
Mhm.
like 1722
So it's
and like it mentions transphobia.
the way it works is that it is a curated list by a community that you can submit things to going, hey, this person is using hate speech. Hey, this person is inciting to violence. Hey, this person is propping up, bills or political actions that would put trans people at risk. And they are a danger to trans people and trans communities. Then if that is verified and found to be true, they'll be labeled red. So it's not necessarily something where it's like people are going back trying to find every historical example No. Just creating... Acting as an information shorthand to people so that they can gauge at a blink if they're dealing with a good faith actor or not, or somebody who has their best interests in mind. It's a tool for people to protect themselves more than it is for anything else, and I help find it saves a lot of fucking time.
So, like-
I hate this. Nope. Not the bueno.
Say there's like a well-known transphobic person in history.
Mm-hmm.
Would it make their shit go red? Or is it just for like if an author wrote something about them?
Yeah, it makes their
Oh.
shit go red. Sorry, Nami.
What an example. No, you know, I'll be honest. I knew that one example as well. That of course Nazis are red with Shinigami eyes.
I think this works on my browser.
Oh, yeah.
What?
See,
Yeah, works.
Yeah, I'm very glad that I see. Just like how I'm very glad I never got baptized, I'm also very glad that when I was 6 years old, I never got into Harry Potter, so I have had no attachment to it.
I
Same
don't.
thing.
I really liked those books as a kid up until Goblet of Fire, and I read it. I'm like, this kind of sucks, actually. I'm no longer into this. The hyperfixation, it's gone. And so for every book that came out after that, I would read the book super early, as quickly as possible. I'd download like a RIP or a PDF of it. I'd skip to the end, I'd get the spoilers, and then I would spoil things for all of my friends who loved it. So for the day that the last book in the series came out, they were having like a little reading party, and I came in just loudly reading segments of the...
Wow.
You know, in this case, fair.
I made it. So about 2 or 3 years before all of that shit came out about J.K. Rowling, I got up to the movie where Edward Cullen dies and then stopped watching.
Is Edward Cullen an actor or a character?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember the movies at all. I don't think I've ever willingly
His name was like
watched any of the
Cedric
movies.
something or other. He was in the Harry Potter movies. His name was like Cedric. And he
Yeah,
like drowned or something, or he died in a maze. I don't
Maybe.
fucking remember.
Yeah,
You know-
I never
I
a
think
big
it was a
fantasy
Goblet
guy
of Fire
actually.
one.
you know what a great alternative to magic
Percy
school
Jackson?
stuff is?
Oh, Magic
Misfits
School.
and Magic. Misfits and Magic is such a good fucking actual play series. It's on Dropout TV. This isn't a promotion. I wish I were getting paid by them. And
I'm
they
not
just
paying
came
for
out with
fucking
season 2, and it's so fucking good. I'm a paid actor. I'm a paid Templin actor, unfortunately. I am not a paid external actor.
There's another one. There's another good show. I think it's literally just called Magic or something. Oh, let me find it.
The Magicians.
Yes, The Magician.
The Magicians is fucking amazing. Yeah.
Well-
I would highly recommend the Magicians television series. It's based
The
off of a
Magicians-
novel series, but the TV series is better.
Is it also set in a
Just
school
a
setting?
warning.
No, right?
Just well,
It's a
yes and
university
no.
setting.
That's better.
Much better.
Yeah.
So, just a forewarning. It does get into like Narnia stuff at one point, like very Narnia-esque. There's also heavy drug use, heavy
Mhm.
alcohol use,
Mm-hmm.
lots of smoking, and also rape.
Themes of depression, suicide, mental illness. There is sexual assault. There is many, many, many mature themes handled well. Handled very well. It is.
So if you can't handle
a
it at all,
remarkable
don't watch
series.
that show. But if you can, they do it. Well, it's handled well in a sense of like, it accurately portrays it, and it's really fucking depressing and shitty. I stopped watching because of Like I didn't finish it all. I think I was
Yeah.
like season 2, like halfway through season 2 or something.
Yeah, the
But,
darkest
like,
season.
One of
Yes.
the main. One of the main two characters got really heavy into drugs and sex trafficking and alcohol, and like I have a history of like stuff similar to that, so I just
Yeah.
couldn't sit through it.
Julia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she literally had a piece of her soul removed. Yeah, no, it's such a good series, and it gets better. It gets better. It gets happier. It has a really happy ending at the end of the 5th season. It's a fucking ride to get there, and it's totally understandable if at any point you're like, this is too much. I need a break. But holy hell, I might want to watch that again. There's like musical episodes in later seasons, and all of the or all of them are incredibly talented and like gorgeous and funny. Fucking wonderful series. Very queer
fun
too.
fact.
Very queer.
Fun fact: Julia was in an episode of I think Chicago Fire.
Huh.
Or Chicago PD as one of the decoy sex workers.
Oh, okay. That's a little.
Yeah, so
That's a strange typecasting.
yeah, right?
Dude,
But basically her role in the thing was like she was a sex worker who gathered information for the police in that show.
Huh.
But yeah, it's very cool. I love the start because it has a very Narnia-esque sort of like you're in the real world and then you go through something and you're somewhere else.
It definitely does a pretty critical analysis of the Narnia themes and story and setting, and a little less so with Harry Potter, because I think the series came out before Harry Potter. So it was more of a critical reception of the magical child trope up to that point. The books, not the TV series.
Nope, they actually came out after. The original Magicians came out in 2009.
Really? Grossman did it too late?
The Magician's King came out in 2011. The Magician's Land came out in 2014. The Magician's 4 came out, or Magician's 5 came out. I don't know when they came out.
He
but, like,
really
after.
does point a lot of his criticism at older magical series. He doesn't take too many direct shots against the Hogwarts stuff. I mean, some, and they make a lot of jokes about it in the show as it goes on. Maybe not. Yeah, no. Maybe it was more intentional.
Well, they would fly over me. Well, actually no, because of osmosis.
No, they just like make fun of it by name.
Okay.
So you you get it.
Yeah.
Kate's Head, Tiny Wood. I am trying to look at British names while talking about other shit. It just sucks.
Just, we talked about, a British thing, which we are not going to take any name inspiration from. That's
Oh yeah.
something.
I'm just looking at like geographic regions now.
Okay, think about Britain. Okay. I think we got enough like references to royalty, right? More than enough.
Poor dentistry.
Here's some greatest English monarchs. Yeah,
This
I mean, I think Lionheart is a pretty alright name.
Blech.
It's a nice
that's my
epithet.
middle name.
What?
What?
Leonard Lionheart.
Oh.
I thought
Hold on a
actually
minute.
Lionheart
Can you go
was
back
the-
for a second?
I thought I was about to say,
Yeah,
I thought
what
your
up,
middle name was
gamer?
literally Lionheart.
This page?
Oh my god, they were.
What?
I was like, hold on a second. Why the fuck are the names of the 4 Narnia kids there? Because apparently they were named after actual British
Yes.
royalty throughout history.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Yep. C.S. Lewis was not creative. I mean, he did not deal in metaphor. He just named shit after what he wanted it to evoke.
Well,
Guy was a hell of an author, but not.
well, you know, overall skills are segmented like any other skill. You can be very good at some part while being very, very bad at other parts. You could also do like the beams of royalty, but that's like that's naming a system like dignity, chivalry, and that's also just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, not for
Right?
them.
Like-
No.
Yeah. What else do we got? I think we should going with like a lot of Welsh, like maybe Cornish and Scottish names.
So, I
like-
want the only monarch names to be queens because I'm petty and there's so many. Oh, I ran through and totaled it. I think we have something like 30% women, 70% men is our representation, and I want to start pushing that needle back the other direction.
Yeah. To
Also,
be fair,
a lot of
70,
British
30? Sorry.
a lot of the British monarchy or patriarchy or whatever were shitty human beings who would do shitty, horrible fucking things to women.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
It's
to
true.
their whole country, they were monarchs. By
True.
their
True.
mere existence, they were pretty bad for people.
Well, we have who can give us ideas for names.
Oh, Carbon's in the chat. Yeah. Hey, Carbon, just name this entire section of the map. Just give me 200 great names. That's reasonable, right? Completely reasonable ask. I don't like Edinburgh as a name. I don't like city names for stars. I don't know why Mark used as a placeholder, but
probably because YouTube chat told them to.
Yep.
Well,
And he had scrolled
You should
to the
stop
end of the
listening
list.
to YouTube chat.
Yeah,
Well-
100%.
YouTube chat's terrible.
Did I even put Edinburgh in here? No, I didn't. I just
We need
resolved myself to that.
Like when he was talking about putting the First Nations names on, I was both excited and scared.
Yeah, that's
Because,
why we didn't.
Yay, Nations names, and then at the same time, like, oh god, what's YouTube chat gonna say?
That's why we
I'm still
didn't take
kind of upset.
suggestions.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still kind of upset about those names.
Yeah, what about them?
There's a lot of them that like
I mean, there's
I
only
meant
like
to
5
say
of them.
something about, and I thought I had time because like I didn't expect to stream for another 6 years.
Yeah, it's only been
But
what,
also-
2 months?
But like he also forgot like seriously like highly densely populated denominations of First Nations people that literally populate and occupy his own fucking province.
This is the United
And
States,
most of Canada.
not Canada. We were doing the U.S., not Canada. None
Is
of these
Canada gonna
are
be somewhere else?
probably.
Presumably in Canada.
Why is there fucking... I can't read that. Can you zoom in?
Well, let's do one monitor at a time. Arizona, southwest, 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 southwest. Also in Canada, also in Canada, also in Canada, also in Canada. Southeast, 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 southeast. Also in Canada, though mostly in Alaska. Also in Canada, in British Columbia.
See, technically the Métis population is in the entirety of North America.
Yes.
I
But
feel
it's not a-
underrepresented.
Your Métis are an overwhelmingly large group in Canada. Métis as an identity isn't really something that's big south of the border. South of your border. It's not a big thing in the US. Here,
I just feel like if they're
specific
gonna
tribal
be
identity
US
tends to
ones-
be... There should be what?
He should have split the US names, like the US only names, as their own separate thing. Put like the US and Canada names like somewhere between the Canadian and US, and then done like Canadian specific ones.
I mean,
Well,
you can still do
I
that.
did do that. Specifically for these that we did are the American peoples in the United States being given sovereign territory. Canada, we haven't gotten there yet. I assume we'll do something similar in Canada. And if not, yeah, I encourage you to light a fire under Mark's ass, but it'd be weird for us to have Canadian indigenous systems in the middle of the United States. I thought when you said you had a problem with some of these names, I'm like, did I completely fuck up? Like, these are all very thoroughly researched, and most of them are etic.
Oh.
I don't like it's like there's just like a couple like if you're gonna do American and then Canadian American names, there's no point in not also including Canadian ones. But like, yeah, I don't know why there was like big glaring ones that were kind of missed out on there, and it's not your fault.
Like, no, it is my fault. I did this. Who am I excluding?
Give me 2 seconds.
I did this. If you read through Mark and I talking about it, we've also talked about it in DMs to figure out who we were going with and not going with. It's by population primarily, exceptions to that being Inupiat, Salish, Blackfeet because he wanted the Nitsat be in
But
there.
isn't that list
Nitsat.
originally from him though?
No, this is from him from me. This is from our DMs that he added a couple of things to and changed a couple of things. Initially, he had Lumbee in here, which I wasn't fucking with.
What?
A group that's arguably not an indigenous group that is probably a bunch of white people LARPing as natives in, what is that, North Carolina, South Carolina?
Yeah, North Carolina.
He didn't know. He had no way of knowing.
I'm really trying to find like a list of like First Nations.
Yeah. List of American First Nations. So there is a specific table that we reference. I'm assuming it's this one down in demographics. Shribbity boopity boppity boom. Yeah, this is no, not you. Where's the table? Here's the table. Boom, bam, and I will post it in the chat here. This is the table we reference for current, and this is again United States excluding Canada. Population that is combined, one tribal grouping, mixed tribal grouping, or any combination thereof.
Can you go back to the spreadsheet list?
Yeah.
Chippewa's missing.
No, they're not. Chippewas in
Would
Here.
they be Three Fires?
No, Chippewa? Wait. No, you're right. Sorry. No, Chippewa's a member of the Three Fires Council. They're one of the Three
Wait, I
Fires.
was right?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. The Ojibwe. I didn't recognize the word Chippewa.
Yeah.
Ojibwe are
You-
one of the
you-
three nations in the Three Fires Council.
How dare you not recognize Chippewa on its own? It's
Chippewa's
in
a
song,
bullshit
goddammit.
American word used when
Mhm.
it's Ojibwe. Yeah. That's also why I looked at it and I'm like, I don't know what that is.
I don't know if I mentioned before, but my lieutenant governor is Ojibwe.
Ojibwa is French, so it's not much better, but Chippewa is a mispronunciation of a mispronunciation.
Is Ute in there?
Ute. Utes are a Puebloan people. Well, they're kind of a Puebloan people. So the Utes are not a single nation. They are very much like the Salish, very much like Pueblo and Apache here, are not a singular people, but there would be a safe assumption they'd be in this system as well. In Sisvayu. Sisvayu, I guess. The P and the S are silent. Sisvayu.
I cringed so hard when I saw someone suggest that all the Native American nations be in the same system.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, the YouTube chat did not disappoint with the amount of racist shit they started spouting out immediately, unironically. Ute and Paiute would both be, well, Paiute's a little bit more complicated, but Ute would be in here. Paiute,
I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know.
I'm
Are the
glad that I was
Comanche there?
for the- like, I was
Or
there
the
for
Num-
like
the
maybe
Numina?
like 10, 20 minutes for the live stream.
Yeah, he
If I would have
breezed.
seen people going off, I would have absolutely fucking destroyed them in the
Yeah,
comments. I
he
don't care.
breezed through this pretty quickly. The entire reason why we had this up and ready to go is Mark didn't want to do this live. The name suggestion, so that's why I've been bloodhounding this, and also I would have changed most of what we got. So, like, this, what we went with are, I think, like 5 names, but then we have planet names on top of that we've already come up with, and I have so much I can draw from, so I'm not worried about having to rely on fucking YouTube chat to have good takes here, because they absolutely won't. Three Sisters I love, and I'm
never
so
do.
happy that Mark liked that, because I was gonna fight for that.
Three Sisters is great.
It's
What about the Numina, the Comanche?
Numunu?
Manamana.
Numunu would be in Sisvayu. Wait, Comanche. Numunu, would they be
I
down
thought
in
pronounced
Sisvayu?
Numina. Because I remember looking up how you pronounce that U, and I think it was like kind of
There's
like
an
an
at the
sound.
end?
Well, no,
The
like
U
the
with
U with
the,
a line through it. The U
It's
with a
a
line
double.
through it is like.
It's a W with a line. Sorry, it is 2 U's with a line through it, not a W with a line through. It
I
might
thought
be.
it was pronounced with like
It might be
a sound.
I assumed it was a ooh. Cause I got
Maybe I'm the one fucking.
na, ma, nu. Manamana.
Manamana.
I'm not getting any.
I'm
good
allowed to make that joke
pronunciations.
because I am First
You're from a
Nation.
completely different First Nation. Look, they're just far away. Okay, they're down in
Listen.
Texas, New Mexico, Arizona. They're
I
far
just
enough
wanna,
away
I
you
want to
can get
state
away.
for the record,
Oklahoma.
okay? If people who are of African American descent can make fun of people who are African American descent, no matter their location, us Indians can do the same. Hoo ha!
Sure, yeah. Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are ya? Hey, how are ya? Hey, how are ya?
It's hey, how are you? I fucked that up immediately. So I did look at this, and just because a nation isn't on this list doesn't mean that they don't have their own territory. It just means that they weren't one of the ones that we modeled things off of. Like, shit, surely might not get Portugal in this fucking setting that we're making. So we're leaving out entire nations of millions of people. Is exclusion saying it doesn't necessarily exist? No, not necessarily. Just we started out with broad themes here, and when we get into naming like specific planets, I'm still not going to be able to name one after every single nation because there are hundreds of them, and ain't nobody got
That's
space for
fucking
that.
Dumb.
It's probably safe to assume that like all the peoples of those nations are still around, of course.
Yeah,
Right.
except
Oh,
for insert
quick-
group here. Yes, yeah.
quick side tangent. So like I bartend for a place in Final Fantasy,
Mm-hmm.
and the owner of this place is like, you don't have to give them high quality food, just give them non-quality food. And one of the bartenders who bartends IRL and the other bartender were both like, I just like serving high quality because it feels better. And they keep offering to give non-quality drinks for free. And I'm like, the fact that they shit on venue owners and bartenders for having suppliers of high quality goods, and he's like, how do you think real life bartenders get their alcohol? They don't grow on trees. Not everyone can just get still. I asked people to craft me stuff to supply me, and I pay. I said, gotta get that non-quality wine aged for 30 days, and he sent a vomiting emoji. He's like, yeah, that's not peak. Literally why wineries are.
Hell yeah. I thought the joke was gonna turn into, wow, non-quality food, you know I'm indigenous, right? This isn't the first time your people have done this to mine, something along those lines, but
I could, but, you know, I wasn't thinking about it.
no, I'm primed for those kind of jokes right now. Three sisters.
Insert joke about giving non-quality items
There you go.
to the poors.
Oh my God.
People did make some fair judgments on Cahokia, going like, why are these Chickasaw, Cherokee, Choctaw, Muskogee, part of Cahokia when Cahokia is in fucking Illinois and all of these are in the South? And to that I say, technically yes.
Migration.
Well, they're only very distantly related, but all of the names they have in common are words that we have otherwise recontextualized in the United States, so it wouldn't read as an indigenous name anymore, which sucks, and I don't fucking like. But that's
What's an
kind
example?
of the situation. I'm trying to find
Those
the
people are
goddamn.
also the same kind of people who were like, the whites didn't push the natives off their territory.
What?
There do be people like that. There do be. Here, this
Well,
is.
the fact that they're like arguing that
Do they think we
those
just spawned
three
here? Like,
the one no they're arguing that one tribe is too far away to be counted, but I'm sure throughout history they were closer until the fucking Americans came in, pushed themselves into the middle and split them apart.
To be fair, they're not wrong. Cahokia is way the fuck up here in Illinois, and these groups are here at South Appalachian, Mississippi, this area, and this is a middle Mississippian city that I'm naming. They are somewhat related in that they are both Mississippian cultures, meaning along the Mississippi, but there is not a good word that binds all these together that I could find that's indigenous, and so I went with Cahokia. Is it cliche? Yeah, but also I think I stole this from an indigenous artwork. Yeah, white people stealing indigenous peoples. Yeah, go ahead. But I think Coyote and Crow,
Just taking a look at that map there and how they're split, you know, like it looks like that one that's like up at the top left there, separated from the bottom two, probably was closer until the whites came and separated them by pushing themselves in the middle and upwards, like I said.
so I use
They're
Cahokia
not that far.
because this indigenous piece of science fiction used Cahokia. Kitawagi
flipped?
over here. What?
Is that just North America flipped?
Yeah, it's North America flipped. They're not making a new continent. They're just using this as a commentary on north-south axis. Why should north
Sorry,
be
it's
at the
just
top?
very
when
weird to. It's very weird to see it flip, but I can.
I look at a lot of maps. I can't flip this for you. So this is technically the Cherokee Republic that they have here. That's Kiowa. That's named after Kiowa, the one of the big three, I think, Cherokee townships. They'll have their own fucking planet, okay? Like, Cahokia is just a very generic term, and I needed to fit together people that... It's never going to be perfect, fitting several groups of people together. Like, naming the... I think this is Hopi name for the Rio Grande. and including Pima, Pueblo, Apache, and Navajo in there. That's kind of weird. Same thing with Minnesota here. Three Sisters is a term that's made its way around the continent, but is, I think, originally Haudenosaunee is originally Iroquoian. I've done my research.
Is Iroquoian the right word or Algonquian?
Algonquian is it's a circle, it's a square rectangle thing. Algonquian is a language group. They're both language groups, and I can't remember which one is on top of the other.
Of course, the white person would forget.
Yeah, you know, right, erasure. Raven? Which is Algonquian a denomination of Iroquoian, or is Iroquoian a denomination of Algonquian?
I think it's the other way around because Iroquois has a lot of denominations. And it wouldn't make sense if the bigger one was a part of the smaller one.
I think Algonquian's bigger. They're completely different languages. Okay, that's why I was confused. Algonquian isn't Algic at all. It's an isolate. Yeah, it's a primary language. So Algonquian...
Okay, so while the Iroquois and Algonquian speak different languages and generally share different cultures, they have some history in common. Both groups lived in the same region, northeastern North America, and in St. Lawrence River Valley.
Here.
Oh.
Here. Ontario, one might call that. One may even call that part of the United States. Look, it's the same thing. Oh my god, this is high resolution. It's Ontario. It's in and around Ontario.
No. We dismiss them.
You dismiss them?
Oh my god, listen to this. Culturally and linguistically, they're closely related to Ottawa, Potawatomi, Ojibwe, including Oji-Cree, Mississaugas, and Nipissing.
Nipissing. Yeah. They're way the fuck out here, aren't they? Yeah, right here.
No. Alex, you seem to have missed the
Pissing?
joke of the Nipissing. Yeah,
It's
pissing,
just,
yes.
wow,
yes.
okay. See, me being like, oh, yeah, Nitsapi, that's their language out here in the Blackfoot Confederacy. But no, it's a piss joke. It's a piss joke. No, it's fine. It's cool. SMH, bunch of children. I studied this shit in university.
Ontario doesn't exist.
Mm.
It's only listen.
What?
Ontario
Okay, can you explain this to me?
Mississauga.
Because Mark was also calling Ontario like on stream yesterday like a dark pit, a terrible place, and like a bunch of other things. Like
From what I gather, Western Canadians don't like Eastern Canadians.
No, I got that. I just like what Ontario do to you?
It birthed a lot of the liberal prime ministers that have fucking rued the day they fucked with Alberta. And also they have so in Canada, for those who don't know, it's a similar voting process to the US where it's density based.
Yeah.
Ontario has a large population of immigrants because of the Liberals. And because the Liberals let those immigrants into the country, the immigrants continue to perpetually vote for the Liberals. And the Liberals fuck our country over. So, like, whenever there's, like, a vote for something, like, say, like, oh, you know, there's a vote for the oil and gas industry and taxes on the oil and gas industry. Let's have every province vote for it. Ontario's like, yeah, sure, why not? Like, we get profit from Alberta and the oil and gas industry for no fucking reason whatsoever.
I guess that makes sense.
Oh.
It's the same kind of resentment that people in our Great Plains, because you are in the Great Plains, you're just in the northern Great Plains, have towards coastal states.
Okay, that is kind of true, but the reason is not because I think that the coastal states fucking exploit me. It's because they're all fucking elitist.
I wish they'd. Well, no, I live in one. They
They're
don't
all
really
elitist
exploit
and
me here.
up-nosed, so...
The East
That's
Coast
why.
is elitist as hell, and I think Ontario.
Oh, no,
probably
no, no,
has,
the West Coast is too. The West
We're
Coast
better.
is too.
We're just better than you.
No.
Yeah.
Like,
No.
well, let's put it this way, right? You know how much Western Alberta fucking hates Quebec?
No.
I don't know about
Well,
that, actually.
the answer is a lot. Because, like, Quebec is, like, a slightly less bad Ontario. Like, Ontario...
Okay, sure. No, I can run with that logic. It's also much more French.
Yeah,
It cancels out.
So the Quebecois also heavily benefit from getting the tax money that the oil and gas industry people in Alberta have to make because their loving prime minister who only puts stuff into vote because it benefits Ontario and Quebec. They also benefit from that. To say that Alberta heavily wished that Quebec would have just fucking KYS'd themselves by
fucked off and died. Yeah, no, I
separating
got
from
you.
the
I got you.
country
Yeah.
is like an understatement. Because they would have totally destroyed themselves as a mini country, and that's all we want in this world is for Quebec to destroy itself.
Interesting.
Maybe if Quebec destroyed itself, we might have slightly better liberal candidates who actually speak English and only English and actually appreciate the oil and gas industry for what it is.
What, killing you, like, soon?
I want Trudeau to end his family line.
Okay, different question. Alex, random historical tidbit thing, right?
You see how I don't give a shit about Rule 6 if it's us talking, but like the moment somebody posts even a vaguely political meme, I'm like, no, get him out of here. Get him... What's the question?
You started this by asking what's wrong with Ontario, and the answer is everything.
I thought it was an interesting answer. I don't take issue.
Hold
it's
on,
the Berlin answer, actually.
I do have a question, Alex, that maybe you can answer. So, I know in like in the Midwest area, there's a First Nations group called the whose name, when I read it, I think Miami, but I know they're not related.
Yeah,
to
the Miami.
Florida.
Yeah.
And in Florida, the city of Miami in Florida, even though it's spelt the same as the Miami people, it's named after a completely different group.
Yes.
Okay. That always
very confusing. Yeah, because the Miami are mostly Indiana. Yeah, I don't even think in Illinois so much. They're along the were along the Wabash and the Tippecanoe rivers. Yeah. I don't even remember how Miami, Florida got its name.
I think I was just looking it up because I was curious. Because like I think I saw one of the maps.
Oh, this is a different Miami. Okay.
It's a completely different one, and I think it's those guys. It's just a completely different Miami.
As meanings of only 10 words were recorded before extinction. That's East Coast. Yep. God, that sucks. Americans who live in the Midwest or East Coast of the United States coming into chat and saying is empty-headed bullshit is, we don't say First Nations here, that's a Canadian thing, or like, I thought that only referred to Canadians, or like, oh, it's not really a thing we take seriously, like, nobody cares if I say Indian. That's because you're living in the most successfully genocided part of the continent, you ignorant fuck. Your cultural expectations of what's normal is informed by a successful genocide and relocation. You're ignorant! You are the ignorant product of centuries of genocide, and maybe should fucking think about that and check yourself before trying to talk about this.
I just pointed out that it does, at least for me, it's not really common here. I think I'm one of the few people around here who use First Nations as a term regularly.
Yeah.
I don't really hear a lot of people here use that term. I think even in classes about it, taught by people who are ostensibly pretty aware of all that, they still tend the term like Native American or even American Indian is still used a lot.
Yep, because you're
I-
in the eastern United States. A fun fact.
Yeah, technically.
Yeah, I have a fun fact for you. So I actually have a friend who
You have a friend.
was born in the Middle East. Of like, well, what do you call it? Not the Middle East. Like the Middle East portion of America, like the U.S.
The East. East Coast, yeah.
The-
I did know what you meant
no,
by
not
Middle
the
East.
East Coast, not the East Coast.
You mean like, give me a rough
Like,
a collection.
Not the
Maybe-
middle, not the center, not central, not
So like
eastern,
Ohio,
but
Kentucky,
Virginia?
Tennessee. Like Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee. Like, is that what you're
But-
talking
You're
about?
asking
But-
someone who
but-
doesn't care about geography
Yeah, yeah.
a question about states.
Yeah, no.
But
I'm not even asking because I know Raven's answer is dog I don't know.
So he came from a tribe
Uh-huh.
that was a small known tribe that had lots of horses and stuff, that had connections with another tribe that was on the East Coast. So it was two East Coast tribes, very well connected. This was around the time that America decided to start taking America over. His family and tribe actually survived and ended up getting pushed more central eastern and off the coast because they were doing a hunt and the two tribes were going to go together because it was often a thing that tribes would merge to go hunting because you have a better time in higher numbers. And so they rode horseback and saw that all of the teepees were destroyed, that there was dead bodies everywhere, that pans like were destroyed, like a whole bunch of shit. Like basically an entire tribe was wiped out by the whites. And he had enough time, like seeing tents and like colonial tents or whatever you call them,
Mhm.
to ride horseback in the middle of the night, and they up and moved their entire fucking tribe, and had like scouts and people looking at the land to notice that the Americans had made like landfall on their location the next day, and probably had also planned to pillage and rape and destroy their camp and kill them, wipe them out entirely.
How is
So
this
he's
fun?
part of a tribe
How is
that
this?
was
How is
almost
anything
fucking
fun
killed.
about this fact? This fact is decidedly unfun.
This is a very depressing
No,
fact, not a fun
the
fact.
fun fact, the fun part of it is that I'm friends with someone who had a tribe that was able to escape fucking colonialists from being wiped out. And
Okay.
this was like what, 200 something years ago?
Okay,
so
fair
that's
enough.
pretty cool.
Fair enough. I see. It got to a fun fact, but it was lingering in not fun fact territory for a while.
Yeah, like that.
Like Jesus Christ. Okay.
This is not fun.
I,
It's an interesting fact. It's not
The-
a fun one.
the stuff you can
Well-
read about that like was so casually recorded, like the things I will not repeat that were casually recorded by like the US Army, like captains of the US Army, like what they did to people and families, just like okay, I no longer wish to exist on this planet. It is yep, nope, no, too much.
But it's like the fact that his ancestors did that and were so smart and quick about moving, like, one, it goes to show you how fucked up it is that in American culture, Indians are sometimes brought down to like the level of like Neanderthals in
Oh.
intelligence.
Yeah, yep, totally.
When like you can pack up like an entire fucking tribe of like tens of people fucking packed up in the middle of the night, had stuff that they could move, and on horseback or on foot were able to do that in like the time that the sun went down to coming up again to save their people.
Probably ironic that people do that, considering of how many early settlements couldn't have survived if they didn't get help from the locals.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but like, the thing of it is like, the natives also didn't want the white people coming and taking their land, so a lot of them refused.
Imagine
And, you know, in response to that, they just killed them. And then those people died off because they didn't have the help of natives.
Yeah, the way that white people, colonizers, portrayed and conceptualized indigenous people on this continent was, just so awful. Just immediately, and I'm not talking about later on once like race rhetoric had gotten up to speed, but like really early on colonial accounts of like just savages, the savage land and the monstrous peoples that lived in them, just like just from the beginning was so hostile. But it was the fucking colonizers showing up, hopping in boats, going down the coast, burning every village that they can find, that started the adversarial relationship. Like, yeah, man, they might be a bit reticent to your company because you won't stop fucking killing them and taking their land away. That may spoil someone's disposition towards you. I will not talk about the Middle East. I will not talk about the Middle East. We've got to talk about something else. I can't talk about colonialism and not talk about current events. And, yep. I don't have anything for the British names. We've sorted stuff. We've gotten some stuff done today. I've kind of landed on I hate this part of the map and I don't want to do it.
All I can think of is just geographic locations, but those aren't super evocative. Like features, like mountains, rivers. They're not great. But they're better than royalty.
Here's what the problem is with this map, okay? The underlying problem with the DOV map is you're trying to take a single planet and turn it into an entire fucking universe.
Yeah. That is the problem with colonialism, right? That you take a small microculture and then you blow it up to a larger scale that it never filled before. It's why we have all these generic, terrible-ass names in the United States and, I assume in Canada, that we've just stolen and copied.
Like the amount of Springfields we have. Or Romes.
As like a young, like European kid, I thought Springfield from The Simpsons was like a fictional name, essentially. Like it was, how in other cartoon series there were fictional locations, that Springfield was obviously fictional. I thought that for quite a long time, until I found out there's so many Springfields.
Yeah, that's the not even joke, that's just the...
It's just
reality.
too many.
That's just the reality of it, yeah.
Yeah, that like The Simpsons Springfield could be anywhere.
Well, except I'm pretty sure it is.
Could be anywhere. Except it's not.
No, it's the capital of
Ow!
Illinois.
Fucking horse cock shoving itself into my fucking arm looking ass bitch, stupid ouch pain.
What?
I don't...
That was very descriptive.
Cair, C-A-I-R, is not C-A-E-R, so this isn't Welsh. But, no, what language is this? What am I reading? What am I reading? Yeah, I know it's English. Who did you take it from? Cair, Cor, Cair, Carjuna. Yeah, who did this come from?
Your mom. Got him.
Your mom. It is Welsh.
The ever-present problem of like none of these languages were made for Roman characters.
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
like that technically goes for English. But even more so for like Welsh and Scottish, and yeah.
You wanna know it's a language that really wasn't made for Roman characters and is today? Well, it currently uses it today. It's actually very unique in terms of where it is in the world in using Roman characters or Latin characters.
I think somewhere in like I don't want to embarrass myself. It's like in Southeast Asia. I'm pretty sure it's
Yep.
like one country that uses
Mhm.
it.
Do you know which country that is?
Malaysia.
Mhm.
No, not Nope. Nope, not Malaysia. It's further southeast. I don't know.
No, it's actually a little bit north of them.
I
The
don't
fact that
know.
we were just talking about a certain thing and then someone joined with a name that's very ironic to said conversation is funny to me, haha.
It's Vietnam.
We had started
Okay.
pivoting off of that topic, and you just dragging me back in, kicking
Sorry.
and screaming.
Omar, what was the country?
Vietnam.
Vietnam. Right.
What
right.
What are we talking?
but- Okay.
How Vietnam is kind of unique in Southeast Asia in that it uses a Latin alphabet. It has a ton of accent marks.
It uses so many like additional
Huh.
tone, but that's like, you know.
Do you
it's
know
like
why
we're-
it uses Latin alphabet?
I have a guess, but maybe I'm not correct. Like Indochina, French Indochina.
The French and the Spanish are the reason.
Yeah. Yeah. It's.
Am I getting a fucking DM right now? No. It got real quiet. Everybody just started listening to Raven typing. I am getting a DM right now. Oh no! Oh no! I don't
It
want to
can't
read.
be bad. It can't
It's
be bad.
it's going to be a joke, and it's going to be fuck
A
to
joke
me, say
Raven
you
can't
little
say
shit, I'll
officially.
have you know, etc., etc., etc. Good joke.
Raven graduated top of her class.
Mm-hmm.
She is.
I don't remember how the fucking meme goes.
She's
I
a
appreciate the,
trained sniper and has
with
11
sever-
confirmed air kills.
Is it only 11? It's,
Okay.
So I was gonna say, have you put any Arthurian like legends into your system names at all?
No.
We've talked about it. Mark is
I'm new, by the
generally
way.
strongly against the notion.
It's a fair enough.
I think Mark finds Arthurian legend a bit too overly romantic, and I think he doesn't
Yeah.
like it because of the kind of fantastic tone that it sets, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I would recommend then to him Fate's Day Night Unlimited Blade Works, the anime, because it's romanticized King Arthur a lot in there. So
Hey,
just to troll them.
am I wrong? Everybody else here knows Mark's generally not an anime guy, right?
I'm
No,
new,
he's-
so I'm
I
trolling.
wasn't.
So.
Seems pretty obvious from his.
I mean, Mark doesn't post the anime was a mistake gif all the time like I do, and
fair enough.
didn't champion the we should have an anime ban rule.
Hey, that anime ban idea,
I think it's a good
I will-
idea.
I'll say, that came from Max. Okay, you can blame mecha anime
I
for.
think it's a good idea. I don't know why you're getting defensive. I'm a fan.
Celtic mythology.
It's a
Myths and
Cornish.
legends. Sorry, I'm
Canada?
British and I studied a lot of history and I quite like mythology a lot. So.
Yeah, go off. Feel free to add stuff to the spreadsheet. That's me. That last part is me. I want those things. I will try to get them used. I see them as an interesting transition that we could have between the United Kingdom and France, because that kind of Celtic heritage is something shared there that's not their your long adversarial history, and because the Orion Treaty Organization is more about unity than dissonance, we could use geography, but I think that's really boring, so I'd want to go for that, or the various marriages and families that connected them, but that goes a bit too far back, and that's the only reason I threw that in there. Is maybe someone will strike gold and find something I really like. I'm not super hopeful, but maybe.
Yeah. No, but it's really like interesting. I just came across your star map live stream yesterday. I was like, what is this? It looks cool.
Yeah,
And
well,
then-
you picked a good time. We've been on a bit of a hiatus.
So I just tried to like learn as much as I can, and then joined your Discord and the Reddit group.
Yeah.
Because I was meaning to ask if you don't mind, your Nebula background, is that custom made or
Ooh,
just
that
like
is
a
custom made. So
I thought so.
So many people ask, I think, in the hope that it isn't custom made and that they can just use software, but unfortunately, or fortunately, we have this artist, Tim Barton. He's also on the Discord and he makes a lot of funny jokes at Mark's expense, is an incredibly talented artist who worked on things like Homeworld 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Distant Worlds 2, etc., etc. If you played a science fiction space game, you've seen his art. Very funny guy too. We're very lucky to have him on board, and
This is amazing.
Yeah.
This is really amazing art.
So I can't point people at a software or AI, and I wouldn't, because we generally have an anti-AI stance here. I can't give any shortcuts except find an incredibly talented artist and somehow afford them. Like, like, just have a YouTube following of 600,000 people, and you too can get a famous artist.
If I'm allowed to do this, I will just pop in to I have done in like a Blender renders. Blender is just a 3D software and some volumetrics. I'll just throw them into the VC chat here so you can see.
In fan art generally is the place to share this, but I don't mind. I know we don't really have hard and fast rules here. Yeah, these are very pretty. These are much better than the shit we did back in like 2008, 2010 in the original Dawn of Victory. If you look through the DOV Classic, non-canon DOV Classic, I'll just fucking link it. I don't know why I'm saying it aloud. DOV Classic. If you look through there, this project originally started like 2007, 2008, and we stopped working on it. Not Mark. Mark's been reviving it more and more over time. But if you look back in here, there's some embarrassingly low quality content in its long thread.
I just saw the first Vesta War like star map, and I'm like, hello, like this looks pretty.
Oh yeah,
So,
no, I mean we did high quality stuff, but like the kind of nebula that like is on screen right now, I think if I remember, these are just pulled from Hubble imagery
Okay.
and then fucked around with in Photoshop to change colors or change contrast and rescale them.
It gives it that kind of screen map view, kind of grainy energy, and I like it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mark and I both have a soft spot for that, and I don't know if it's good. The like grids and everything we both really like. If you want to look back at some of our earlier work, which is still really high quality stuff, this is Mark, by the way. A lot of these earlier maps are all Mark, and like the one that was put out a couple days ago on the Discord. This one. The background art is still Tim Barton, and he dressed up so much here, but like the map structure is generally Mark. All I do is name shit, and I only name about
I actually like this. I
40%
I
of
saw. I saw this one. I was like, this is really amazing. Like,
Yeah, he knocked it out of the park, and we have other very exciting stuff right around the corner that I can't talk about, but this was so satisfying to be able to share with people because we've been working on this. I've been working on this since 20 days. 20 days ago, just on this, and there's months more of work backed up. So
Sorry, I was gonna say, if you zoomed in on that one you just showed, like, are there star lights?
Small,
where the-
very small,
where the
yes.
Yeah, where the bright stars are, did you actually map systems onto those? 'Cause it looks like no.
So this is not the Dawn of Victory map is not like a true to life stars are located where stars are
No,
located
but-
thing.
Yeah. I understand that. I saw like some little star dots because I know it's a custom art piece. I was wondering if you mapped a actual named location onto like a dot that was already there, like on this art piece itself, or did you just add dots in later on? Because some of them look like they're stars there. You know, if you know me, like where Aganoria is
Yeah.
disputed, that little circle there looks like it was just a normal star. Like
Yes.
you know
Yeah.
before. Yeah.
And then you have
Okay.
the cross signs, which are other stars but are unimportant.
Ah.
Well,
I
and
thought-
then some crosses are other things entirely. Yeah. You thought?
Oh, I was wondering if some of them look like, based on the names, that they may have been satellites too, or like probes.
I think we've just used the plus marks for anything. Anything extra. Like there's stars like Ross, Hubble. These are
I think
stellar
Hubble is what made me
objects.
think of like satellites.
The JH Hackett is a wreck. Then I think we've used roundels for all the stations and like in-use hardware. Is that
Like
right?
the Anchorage station, like for the like military stations, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to make sure I'm right about this. Yes. I think that's right. I've looked at so many versions of this map. I'm like, is this on here? Is this on here? Yeah. I was talking with Nami specifically about like the economics and being like, you're German, you're also
Okay. I had a few years of economics classes that were pretty good. That's my qualification, okay?
Yeah.
Which is decent compared to, I guess, most people.
I got like a what fucking 11
Talk about
o'clock at
GDP
night
unless-
message from Mark being like, do these numbers make sense? No, sorry, 1 a.m. message, if you get a chance, can you do a sanity check on this? And I'm like, yeah, no, it's fine. So at 3 in the morning, I was doing number crunching and like reverse engineering the implications about these states based on these numbers. If you are a fucking analytical nerd like me and go way too far with it, and I reached a bunch of conclusions. I think these are the conclusions we want people to draw, and they're mostly right, but also like, Jesus, inflation's fucking crazy. And then I was talking with Nami going, I don't like us using this doesn't make sense. And then we got context later on that it doesn't make sense because of inflation, in the same way that like telling somebody in the 1820s that you're gonna give them $1 would be a huge deal, whereas now would be like, okay, sure. But genuinely understanding the difference in that perspective and that worldview is not something you can really do. What? Fuck, the inflation rate, like, it would be about 4,000% inflation. So like,
Oh my.
the numbers don't mean anything. They don't mean anything practical unless you tie them to assets, which is the entire point of this, is that you can see a number and then look at assets and figure, okay, well, you have military spending of $300 trillion, you get 26, whatever the fuck these are, out of that. So roughly
think
like
it's
100,
battleships?
maybe, I can't say. You can figure out rough price points if you start breaking things down, and I'm kind of shocked no one's done that. I assumed that would be one of the first things people started conspiracy theorying about, was if the maths, if you do the math, you can figure out roughly what the price point for all of these things are. We have actual numbers for them. I can't share them with you, but like, hey, if you do the math, you can get there.
Well, wouldn't it also depend on like the specific type? Because like, I mean, like if you go to Vesta, they've got 7,600, I assume, tanks. But I mean, are they the same? Are they as good as like, this? I don't know who else is up there because I can't see their names, but like I'm assuming they're not going to be the same model of tank as like Juno
It's-
or Sylvanas, right?
No.
And like costs can like massively change.
Ballpark though. Same ballpark.
Between like, yeah.
Still with the tank like IRL. You're talking.
Also, I'd be curious to see what their military spending is compared to their actual GDP.
Like percentage-wise.
Yeah.
Because no matter what the GDP numbers are as numbers, the percentage usually makes sense, right? Like if it's 2% of your GDP, you understand what that means, roughly.
Exactly. Yeah.
I have this in a spreadsheet that I can't show you. I have been shown this information. It's not interesting, man. It's like
It is very interesting.
it's a lot of
Excuse me.
fucking numbers. What you're getting is the interesting part. What you're not getting is the conversion tables and the math to get to this point, which is not that interesting.
I think percentage of
to-
GDP spending on military is an interesting stat.
We have to advertise the like spreadsheets and tables more, so the people that are interested in the setting are the people that are interested in converting, like what does 2%, 2.5% of GDP mean for a nation, and how will that affect the economics of it? That's
Yeah.
the kind of people
Yeah.
we want in the Discord.
What you could, and I say should be looking at right now, you can't pull it against GDP, but you can look at the percentage of enlisted people per population. You can look
That's
at
the
those
ratio,
ratios, and
Oh,
there's... Sorry,
There's
what?
population and there's enlisted personnel,
Yeah,
right?
there's
two
population,
people on
Oh,
and there's
gosh,
enlisted personnel.
I don't know why I don't know why I thought that the icon
bottom
with
number?
people. I thought that was the population. That's on me.
both. Small.
It'd be fucking crazy! You have 40,000 people, and... like,
That's
a piece
on
of
me.
military
I should have
hardware
thought
per
about that
40
more.
people.
I should have thought about that more. But yeah, I see population. I'm
Yeah, that's
curious because like military spending isn't just like your equipment. It's like your personnel costs. It's also
Nope.
like how much you're spending per person.
Mhm.
Like what benefits, for example, does Vesta give to its soldiers? Do they get
Mhm.
health coverage? Do they
Mhm.
get education access?
Yep.
Because that's also going to tack onto their military spending.
And that is
Wow.
something
And-
that you can derive from the numbers that we have presented to you. There's
it's
a lot of
also-
clever shit that you can reverse engineer from this that I was trying to figure out at 3 in the fucking morning without the benefit of having a chat to talk to or sanity check. So I was DMing Nami some stuff totally out of context, being like,
I can show you this, but what if I told you this and like blurred this out? And I was like, yeah, you know, trying to figure out GDP with deliberately zero context. What did I say? Did I even say anything useful? I don't think I could have.
that it wasn't a useful metric and you didn't know why we were using it, which I agreed with.
That was the best you could get.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, because I want to see. I want to one number here that's not here that I want to see is what their is what the total GDP of them would be, because I want to compare their military spending to their GDP to see what percentage of their GDP they're spending on military.
Yep.
Which gives generally kind of an idea of what their disposition is geopolitically. Like someone with a high percentage GDP, either they're in an active conflict or they're planning to be in one.
I've done Nami dirty. Nami knows numbers that Nami shouldn't know because I should have some stuff we haven't published with Nami yet. With just like, if you think these numbers are fucking stupid, wait until we start seeing superpower numbers.
Oh, no.
Big numbers. Big numbers.
Are we going to see a Q for quadrillion?
I think that's a very real possibility, yeah. I don't see how the math works where we don't. If we're seeing $300 trillion for Vesta, a single system, then, you know, India is going to be, what?
Yeah.
3, 6, 9, 12, 4, 15, 18, 21, 40, 50, 60 quintillion?
You know, there is a reason why like every like few decades, countries have a like currency reform.
Not
It
mine.
does happen sometimes. It happens quite frequently, actually. Like in the grand
Outside of
scheme
the
of
United
things.
States, yeah, it's very common, and it would happen here, but
You know, like I was born. Like the last like currency reform happened like just before I was born here.
Mhm.
But that was because of the euro, which is, you know, whole different thing.
Yeah.
And
it's
there's not going to be an Orion credit.
well, no, I don't think we're using Orion credits. We're not using like the Centauri whatever. I suggested us doing it like, hey man, we wouldn't have to think about this very hard if we did this.
Yeah, which is a great missed opportunity, because you could call, instead of the euro, you could call it the oro for the Orion Treaty. If it was more of an economic union, which also means gold, which is so nice.
That's
No,
an
it's-
interesting
Yeah, actually,
idea. I
But
was saying that we need an economist. We need a couple of economists. I just
you need at least one. You need at least somebody who had economics and like the curriculum at some point.
I've genuinely given thought to reaching out to different academic communities when it comes to geopolitics, when it comes to economics, when it comes to history, and being like, hey, I'm working on this project. We are always really interested in qualified new members. I'd really like to dilute the amount of people who just want to meme and talk about Star Wars and mecha with people who actually know how fucking physics and math work. We need more academics to make a higher quality product. Because, like, you can see the amount of commentary I'm giving on architecture. I didn't study architecture, but I have the tool set to learn about it and convey that information in a abbreviated way.
I was gonna say something about the architecture thing, but somebody who's not a mod or staff is here.
It's fine, because
I mean-
there's nothing concrete in there yet. There's nothing we can't.
I was just gonna say I like I'm glad I like going for an 1920s for American architecture.
I think that's kind of unavoidable. No,
Look in the
It's
thread.
good.
It's. I think there was a comment about that, about like 2000 sci-fi.
I may have deleted that comment. I quit using the subtext because Mark's like, I can't see it on my phone, and I'm like, no, you just need glasses. So I got rid of a lot of the subtext. And to keep it relatively short, I deleted some of that commentary. But yeah, the early
I wanted to
2000s
post
fucking
some-
loved this.
Like Art Deco buildings.
I think you probably did. You ever ask Raven? I think that you
I
can.
did. She
I
never
just
responded.
of course you didn't. Okay.
And I just didn't bring it up again.
Oh well, that's on you.
Bring what up?
Well,
How much mods are allowed to participate in staff stuff?
I just assume no, unless said otherwise.
I might have done so, because only for architecture, because I'm somewhat I'm somewhat specifically qualified for talking about architecture.
I don't-
as much as I can be.
I think you're fine. I think you're probably fine. But I don't know what. I'm not your boss, is the thing that we're running into here. Raven is your boss, which is why I was like, check with your boss before doing this or not. I think you're
It's fine.
okay. I don't remember what exactly Raven has or has not said to the mods, because I can't see the mods staff area. I recall that there's something in there that's like, you can participate to this extent. I might be imagining this. This is from before your time, Ormer, so I don't even know if it's clearly visible anymore.
It was essentially okay. That we'll get into that. Would have to be on that.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
We forgot to ask Raven while we were here.
What were you gonna ask Raven?
Well,
Oh,
This
well, okay.
thing-
DM me what you were going to ask Raven. Was it why birds fall in love? Was it
Yeah, that's it.
Tonic Castle Fort of the Warrior? These are such better names than any fucking thing. Fort of Saint Michael. Bleh. Carmichael? That's what Carmichael means. Huh. Yeah, that makes sense. Fuck, that's good. No, don't look at it. I'll convince myself to actually use it.
Hold on. Wait a second.
What?
I'm just calculating something. I just want to double check.
Quick maths.
Just looking at Tim Barton's
Huh.
work.
Okay, that sounds about right. I guess.
I don't know what you're talking about. What looks right?
Oh, I was just
It?
because you talked about calculating the numbers from there. Based on what I have here, actually not even based. This is exact. Okay, this is an exact number, not even rough. 0.4% of the vested population is in service. And I compared that. I'm trying to compare that to the United States' current thing, just because it's a context that I kind of understand. You know, the U.S. is a superpower. It looks like it's roughly similar.
Yep.
Less than 1% for the
Yeah.
U.S.
That's how
Wait
that
a
maths
second.
out. Yep.
Hold on.
Yep.
That is literally the percentage.
It's not, but it's very, very close.
It's very, very close. But that's well, so I would say that's like a peacetime size, but it's not. It kind of is. It is a peacetime size, but the U.S. is a superpower, so it generally has a much larger. It's gonna have a higher readiness than like what we would consider a normal peacetime.
I don't know that
military.
you and I have been alive in the United States at a point where we have been in peacetime. We have been a
It's
global
true.
empire
Pe-
long before
peacetime
you and
as
I were
in,
born. We have military bases on every corner of the planet, and a larger,
peacetime as in not in a massive conventional war.
not with a peer state. Yes.
Yes, not the pure state.
Right.
I mean, Samoans.
Not in like a
you
pure
got-
conflict.
Vesta
I'm saying, like,
is not in a pure
peacetime-
conflict.
Hmm.
When I'm talking about like a pure conflict, I'm like thinking like the fucking world wars,
Yeah.
or maybe even like the Civil War would
Yeah.
be like a quote unquote pure conflict.
Hey,
Um,
we might be showing the escalation to conflict and talking about how there's a lot going on, but we have not published any declarations of war. And sure, it's disputed here in disturbingly red font, and I think maybe people can draw some conclusions that like, wow, it's pretty tense over here. But hey, technically, peace spending right now makes sense. There's nothing to question about
Yeah.
that. It's fine.
this is like I think I would classify it as like peacetime, but preparing for conflict.
This is highly militarized already. Like just like the US is like about like the most militarization you can get out of a professional
Out of a
volunteer
fully
army.
volunteer
About-
army, yeah.
Roughly, that's like you're just scratching that maximum. We don't know
Mhm.
if these numbers
Also-
are volunteer forces. I
was gonna
assume not all
say-
of them are.
I was gonna
Um,
say on that, like another thing I would be curious about for these countries, in terms of the economics of war, is how many of them are volunteer militaries and how many of them are conscription militaries, and how many of them are
Yeah.
like a blend, kind of a blend in the way that like Russia is a blend, where they have a standing army, but they also have conscripts at the same time, and they have both of those in peacetime.
I think if you do the math, it
Would
shows.
the math tell me that? Okay, fine.
It-
Let's keep doing this. Then.
You start seeing population per enlisted person, you can draw some interesting conclusions. The lower the number, the more likely it is that you have some enlistment going on there. If you have a number as low as 40 or 37, like the USSR did in 1991, you might be looking at a collapsing superpower. If you have something like 80, that's a pretty heavy mandatory service. If you're looking at something like 120, 160, that's probably some level of mandatory service. The United States is right around 160, so anything less than 160 is volunteer without a great deal of saturation. And Vesta and Juno are both sitting at about 250 people per enlisted. And so
Yeah,
that's a very... the math is pretty easy with those two.
That's a pretty...
very volunteer army.
Yeah.
So
that's okay, yeah.
There's
I wonder what, like,
to this shit.
I'm curious what their conscription policies are for wartime. Like, what's the age ranges that they're conscripting from?
Well, ideally we won't find out, right? Ideally,
hopefully,
Juno will apologize for shooting down that Vestan fighter, and they will delegate with the League of Nations about what to do with Aganoria, and everything
somehow
here.
I don't think it's gonna happen.
Well, we have a happy ending. I know it's called Dawn of Victory, but like maybe it's also Dawn of like the victory of international diplomacy.
Can I just
Yeah.
say that I've not heard of the League of Nations since like my early World War One, World War Two era, like history classes.
Yeah.
To my degree. Like
Reclaimer.
that's such a throwback. Hello.
Out of curiosity, have you seen the Dawn of Victory like world building video, like the big video going over the themes and stuff?
No, I literally just
Okay.
turned
I
up yesterday
will.
to a live stream on Templar
So,
Institute.
Here's what
so-
I'll do. I'm posting a channel in the voice chat.
Okay.
Go there, watch those if you're interested.
That's the best place to start.
The very first video is a great place to start because it literally he just goes over the themes.
Yeah.
So you get a very good
See,
idea of
1,
what
2,
kind of
3,
world this
4,
is.
5
It's-
videos. Yeah.
And then there's
I
like
think
2 lore videos to help build out the world war.
Right, I
Yeah,
forgot
I think
it's
I
on
joined
a
the
s-
Reddit for this as well. Dawn of Victory.
That's gonna be
I-
dead. The subreddit is incredibly dead. I'm on there too. We don't use it. We don't post to it. So it's just people who, for some reason, aren't on Discord are there.
Or they're on YouTube chat spamming Mark.
Yes.
There you go. I shall subscribe to you now then, Dawn of Victory. Thank you very much.
The is it the Dawn of Victory channel? Is that what it's called?
The
Something
channel's
like
called
that.
Dawn of Victory 2289.
It's not Way of World Building. It started out as Way
Nope.
of World Building before we changed. Yeah. Okay, sorry. It was a process, and I don't remember what's what anymore.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, one question I have.
Uh-huh.
Model. When it says model, is
Mhm.
that the economic model? Because I see state capitalism and free market
Mhm.
capitalism, which are
Mhm.
economic models.
Mm-hmm.
But is vegan nationalism an economic model? Or is it just
Well-
an ideology?
It would seem to be implied to be as such, yes. Mark talked about the ideology of it, but a lot of sociopolitical ideologies, like, say, socialism, have a pretty heavy economic component, right? Free market capitalism,
Mhm.
that sort of thing. A nationalist state might... I don't know. I don't know what exactly vegan nationalist policies are. If I were to guess, it would be financial independence, a heavy amount of like tariffs and import-export taxation, especially on goods and businesses belonging to the major powers. It would have
Okay.
a heavy emphasis on local businesses, on other independent states, and would heavily penalize economic interactions outside of the political framework of the ideology. If I had to guess. But
So-
we haven't published anything on this, so I don't have an answer.
From looking at this, I can assume that vegan nationalism is an economic model and not like... Because
It's
you can have a...
socioeconomic. It's both.
Would you call... Because I'm thinking, would I describe a country as socially capitalist? I
Yes.
feel like it's more of an economic framework
You
that can fall under a lot of different
You wouldn't,
you can
because you live in a world where free market
well, 'cause
capitalism is the hegemony of the planet right now, and it's the rule, not the exception, and it's the assumption. But if you live in a world where it is not the rule, it is an exception amongst exceptions, you would refer to a state as a capitalist state in order to make that distinction.
and like countries
Roboted.
for like world building that I do. Usually when I like am defining, like if I do world building, which I have an alternate history world or whatever, but I usually will say like they have an economically capitalist framework, but they are politically liberal. So like they have a lot of different, generally come with like a lot of different political parties, a lot of, you're allowed to criticize the government, stuff like that, and those aren't. Yeah, that's what I mean by when I say go a little more granular than that.
Yes. Yeah, I got that. Is the question what style of state capitalism, state socialism, free market capitalism these states have? That these are too broad of categories? Is that the question?
Yeah, because like the economic model, because if you're saying it's a socioeconomic model, like for me capitalism seems very broad. There are a lot of countries that are capitalist that have wildly different political structures.
Yep. Yep. And
there are a lot of different
capitalist.
Like there are a lot of different types of socialism that are like wildly different. Like if I see like state socialism tells me it's probably not going to be anarchist. Probably not. If it's a state, if there's
socialism.
A state,
no.
Yeah, or even like libertarian socialist. I'm assuming
we don't have
not.
any bear feeding grounds, no.
Or like, but like, state socialism. Like, what do the politics look like there?
So Ormer, Mark is a human being. Mark is a human being with about 8 hours of work per day that he can put in. These are great questions, but I want to, set some reasonable expectations here that we are not going to. He has talked about this in the same way that George R.R. Martin talks about Game of Thrones and the houses and families in Game of Thrones. There are hundreds of them. Most of them barely listed by name. Some have family members, some have characters, some have first perspective characters that we get to sit with and live through vicariously and see their perspective. Some houses get lore and history and mottos and songs and coats of arms. Some we just get a name, if that. What the hope is that kind of depth in those questions, which are good questions, they're going to be bottom-up kind of things, not top-down. We do not have the time or the energy or, I think, the sanity to go and detail the exact political, economic, social, religious fabric of each of these societies. We will for some of them, but not for all of them. So coming up with good fan lore is the best way to get that turned into actual lore. And I think when we open up the wiki, because it's not a secret that we do plan to eventually open up the wiki, there will be a process by which things like that can be submitted and approved and edited and then adopted into canon. It's going to be a lot more vetted. Yes.
This seems to be a lot more vetted than old DOV, because I've heard...
I know roughly of the process that we have started talking about, and I know who will be in charge of the process as of right now. Not me. I'm busy enough. I have enough shit I'm taking care of. I'll help, but it's not my department.
I will say though, like, because anyone here a Halo fan at all? Just because
I played the game.
But yeah, so Halo.
Not really.
Like Halopedia is like the Halo wiki, and it is kind of heavily reliant to a degree on like public people like helping to build up like the articles and information stuff like that, but sometimes it's a bit of a shit show where people are like, oh, I saw this Reddit thing or some comment here and this is now a source and this is now canon in this
Oh.
universe, and
So
they're like, my brother in Christ, no.
Mhm.
And then there's like a discussion tab where there's people arguing with each other, and then the mods and the staff of Halopedia have to get involved. Like, we are locking this page because you can't behave yourselves, and also this is not fact.
I,
information.
for that very reason, don't really want to open up the platform to that many people. I think if we do it, when we do it, what we'll do is we will allow people to submit articles. If we like those articles, we will then put them in the live wiki, but I would
you
prefer we not give editor access to anyone
say-
outside of staff.
Yeah, could you just like make it like view only to people, like, and just restrict like the login access, the editorial stuff like that? Then.
Sure, the way that we do it right now, and that not giving
Yeah.
anybody login access, and just be like, here's
Oh,
a
is that how it
Google,
is right now?
here's a
Sorry.
Google form to submit something.
Yeah.
Do it this way. We just don't have a Google form right now. I think that's probably what it would look like.
No, that's really fair. I didn't realize it was locked. I thought it just wasn't public at all in general, so I do apologize.
Oh, it's fine. It's locked to staff and mods who have asked for permission and who Mark has remembered to add to it.
That's fair.
I haven't checked that in a while. Is there anything I need
Yeah,
to fix?
So, sorry.
What?
Because I was asking. The reason I was asking earlier is, just because vegan nationalism kind of stood out. Because like the other ones I look at, I was like, that's an economic model. State capitalism, I know what that is. Free market capitalism, I know what that is. Vegan nationalism doesn't. And it could just be that I don't, because the lore hasn't been released on it. But it doesn't read like an economic model name. And I don't know if it's meant to be just economic models or not. Yeah.
So
Did you watch the
Mark?
stream yesterday, right? You were there.
Yeah.
He talked about this.
He talked about vegan nationalism, but I don't know. Did he go over the economic aspect of it?
he specifically said that he was still figuring it out.
Yeah.
So there is no answer yet. And
So,
yes,
but it is an economic model.
It's
It
not
is-
just an economic model. It's a socio-economic system.
Okay.
yeah, like
in the same
yeah,
way that all of these are socio-economic systems, right? I'm
you can't have an economic model in a vacuum. That's not
Yeah.
possible.
they're
So, my assumption, could be wrong, is that vegan nationalism is just the name of, like, that stuck of the economic system that Vega had when it began, when it became quite big and independent, and there might be some class conflict that is defined by something slightly else than the typical one. Because the means of production are held in a, to us, less standard way. And just from the nationalism, the means of production and party, or the equivalent of party, being combined into some synthesis. Though that isn't unusual, just more formalized in how I imagine it.
Yeah.
But that's
It's-
all imagination. But you can do that.
It's a clunky term, but it's fine.
All right. Sorry, I'm just used to writing out very, very granular and specific identifications for countries.
Yeah, in 3 words or less, describe
Oh.
this nation. That's the prompt.
Uh,
That's
Yeah.
why you're getting vague, because we have to fit it in the same, and honestly, 3 words are too many, it should be 2. For this formatting, you're seeing the line underneath model here, this kerning. It should have been 2 words or less, but free market capitalism doesn't fit on
You
one
could-
line within the confines
yeah,
of the
that's
box
true.
here. So
what,
it's
there?
3 or less, and capitalism fucks up the format again.
maybe laissez-faire, but laissez-faire is
That's
feels a lot more specific than just free market.
It's still too long for the box. but the graphic design and media studies major that I work for, perfectionist, tried many different versions of making this fit more neatly. Sorry, Mark, but English gonna suck like that. We could have used like a different font size. I think it looks fine. Is it not clear or interesting enough? Not interesting. Is it not in depth enough? What it does is it makes you ask a question, and that's the intent. The intent is to get the audience to engage with it and go, wait, what the fuck is Vega nationalism? What is neo-Vega nationalism? What is that? I'm gonna go try to find answers to this. I'm gonna ask questions. I'm gonna get on the Discord. I'm gonna read the subreddit. I'm going to hop on the wiki. I'm gonna listen to these videos. I want some answers. I'm gonna go to the live stream. So good art and good world building doesn't just answer questions. It makes your audience ask more questions with the answers that you give. So what's in Juno? Oh, sure. The United States of Juno. They're a member of Sato. What the fuck is Sato? That'll lead you onto something else. Vesta is Vegan nationalist. What the fuck is that? What the hell is a colonial republic? These questions then push you onto other content, push you onto other content, push you onto other content. Having it all in one place, concise, we'll probably do that for the wiki, I guess, but even that will link to other pages, link to other pages, link to videos, and just keep bouncing the audience around.
Yes, the system will make sense as soon as the bounce has enough walls.
Yeah. Ad revenue, ad revenue, ad revenue.
Also, one thing I find interesting is I don't know what ship designation that is, but it's the one right under what looks like a self-propelled artillery gun. I find interesting there's a plus there.
Where?
Like
where? Who?
Like how one of the ship
JH
types has
jacket?
plus.
Oh, plus. It's like 200 plus, 600 plus, 1100
Yeah,
plus.
yeah, I find that
at least
interesting.
300 of these. Yeah, I think...
Like, does I'm guessing the Champlain group doesn't know the exact number? Is that what I'm...
So, I think... I was not told specifically what these were by name, and I never asked because I didn't care, and I was doing math at 3 in the fucking morning. I think that the Discord, I can't remember who suggested this, is probably right. These represent Merchant Marine. More so than... or Patrol Craft, I don't know. In this lineup, it looks more like Patrol Craft than anything else, and if I look up number of United States patrol craft, I'm probably getting a ballpark number, right? If I'm getting a number at all, it's probably
I think you're just getting a list of them all.
Yeah, I'm getting models, not types.
Well, actually, look at the United States Navy. That might have like the broader number.
Deployable combat vessels. I'm not talking about combat vessels, though. I'm talking about...
I think it'll list. I think it'll list patrolcraft too. I think it does.
What do you mean deployable combat vessels? Define your terminology, you piece of shit.
I think that just means ships that are designed for combat that are ready to be used right now, and not like under maintenance or repair.
I don't remember, and I didn't ask, because I'm like, neat, that's not what I'm here for. I think this goes...
SS for Corvette.
Patrol, Corvette, Cruiser.
From what I remember from the stream, is that the first one is capital ship, the other is escort craft, and the last one is like maritime support ships.
That makes more sense. I was only half listening to the stream because people
you were busy.
Yeah. Doing the spreadsheet, people asking me questions about like, how about this thing? Have you edited this yet? I'm like, ask on the Discord, and then they kept talking to me. I'm like, ask on the fucking Discord. I'm a little busy.
And even though like it's a battleship icon, I assume this also if any of these nations have a carrier, this would be included in the in the battleship icon.
Yeah, I'm
Does-
assuming that even like heavy cruiser battleship, aircraft carrier, well, like spacecraft carrier, would
Carrier.
all be the same kind of category, even like a heavy.
I'm gonna guess from like a lore perspective that Champlain group would group capital ships in a very broad category because each nation probably has very different types of capital ships. And like, what is their primary capital ship? Like, some might use battleships more. Some
I'd
might
love
use
to be able
carriers
to
more.
talk about this.
Some might have.
I
Some might have
can't.
battle carriers.
I can't talk about
Mark-
this.
Mark in one of the streams, I can talk about that because Mark talked about it on the stream, actually humored the idea of like, when I say Star Destroyer, I mean like ship that like is dual purpose. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And how hybrid these are, like, was a big question. And when you have like a gradient of how much is this carrier, how much is this battleship, then just calling everything a capital ship makes a lot of sense because there is no real cutoff point, unlike there is in maritime navies where the difference is very clear. 90% of the time, with like one exception of like missile cruisers of one sort.
I can't talk about it
You
because
don't have to.
Mark sends me shit months before it's ever used and says, "Hey, isn't this cool? Don't talk about it." And it feels like a fucking test every single time. I've seen some incredibly cool shit, and so when people are like, Dawn of Victory's dead, I'm like, brother, there is so much cool shit that's almost done that we're waiting on other timetables to post that you just gotta fucking shut up and wait, and you are going to get so much cool stuff, I promise. Just chill. Please. Please, I can't show you what I've been shown, but it's sweet as hell. I guess oceanography is what this is. I mean, you two can see some things that have been teased and released.
Yes. And I'm also trying to avoid talking about it, which is why when I talk about the topics, I put it in the context of Mark talked about this on stream when I know about it. And try avoiding the other stuff.
I always have to pause and be like, hold on. Did Mark talk about this in a voice call, in our DMs, or on stream? Or was this published? How canon is this?
This is the like benefit I have of Mark not talking to me directly that much. So I know it's stream.
Look, it's Mark and I only talk when there's really work to do, or we just got caught up talking about nonsense. Not in the same way that Raven does.
I assumed so.
Yeah.
Well,
would the United Kingdom use names of overseas holdings?
I mean, if you think about the evacuation process, probably. Right? Like, when the United Kingdom decided, okay, now it's time to go up to the stars. At least the populated holding areas, unless they were like decolonialized, like unless they left, they probably would name it after that. So, do we think that until like the evacuation process they left, or is it ambiguous, or do we want to make that assumption? That's the question, I would say.
Well, it's really interesting. The more that we get on the map, the more clear it is the kind of time frames that we're dealing with, and the easier it is to get context for that sort of thing. Like if you look at the timeline, there's a good 20, no, sorry, 150 years, 130 years between the initial beginning of the Centauri program and the final evacuation of Earth. That's a lot of time. It's a lot of time. You have to move a lot of people, and you need to be constantly moving people at a very high rate, but that's still a lot of time for folks to spread out or try to get sovereignty or things on that line, along those lines, especially in supposedly liberal states like the United States and the United Kingdom.
So that is the question. Is like during the evacuation periods, you know, there might be the case of United Kingdom or the US being a lot more grabby with their holdings they do have.
Yeah.
I'm glad that the U.S.
keep
at
them
least
under
with
the
First
jurisdiction of
Nations and
themselves.
sovereignty.
Okay. The First Nations thing is more of a moral and ethical creative constraint on my part and Mark's part, going like, hey, representation is important because this is a real world that we live in with real human beings, and the inclusion or exclusion of historically victimized populaces is something that we should treat seriously. And I make no secret of my political opinions when it comes to indigenous sovereignty in the United States. So that was a creative choice, and it makes the United States look good. It implies that the United States is engaging or has engaged in a somewhat decolonial process, or at least has been open to that. Which is not something that I would write into the US as believable, given just the dark tone. But it's in place. Now, the United Kingdom, look, we know India is independent and far away doing its own fucking thing. So, probably similarly either unable or unwilling to exert the force necessary to maintain its colonial holdings. We have names for descendant states from former colonial holdings of European states. The only ones that are really up in the air about how grabby they were is, Italy, with its African holdings, and the exact nature of Japan and the greater co-prosperity sphere.
That is, well,
and I guess
Japan
all the
and
European states around Germany.
Yeah.
Don't worry,
Yeah.
you can have you. I think it's pretty clear that you all get Denmark and the Netherlands and Austria, and maybe Switzerland.
You're saying that like it's a good thing.
Yeah, no, I mean, what, you don't like Gross Deutschland? That's not what you're here for?
It's okay. I've been like crafting like a system of like how could Germany look like on the map, and like how could the German political landscape look where it has to do a lot of things. I am trying to make like it represents still the regions of what now is Germany that were not German, like that are not German. It is fascist. It is very much German-centric fascist. It is if we're avoiding like specifically National Socialist, I still want like I think it would be appropriate. I don't want like the folkish type of fascism to be prominent, but also that there's an internal conflict in that system that is not the cringe reformist versus like the hardliner versus reformist, because that's not how that works in fascism.
Yeah.
I have an idea for that, because I know from other media that tried to portray reformist fascism in quotation marks, they all failed horribly.
We talking about what
I'm
the fuck is that
talking about
terrible Hoi 4 mod?
The New Order?
Yeah, TNO does it pretty
Yes.
painfully.
I
Using
did find
Albert Speer.
a. I did find a number. No, you continue.
Yeah, using I think Albert Speer as like the reformist guy, which is literally buying in to like, him lying in Nuremberg.
Yeah.
That's where this comes from.
I think the
He
Man
lied.
in the High Castle did it first, and that's where folks have gotten that notion.
Yes, and I mean I can talk about this is my fan lore. And it's essentially like the centralists, like a lot of fascism was also a lot of centralization, but Germany has a extremely long history of regionalism in multiple ways. And the conflict between like regionalists and centralists is, in effect, regionalists would advocate in their own self-interest for a lot of things that would seem from the outside like moderation, while it is purely for self-interest. These regionalist factions would also be in conflict with each other, but then only agree on certain things to hold any power at all. This has some historical precedent. It is something that in the 1930s, this was a major effort of the Reich, of the NSDAP, to centralize and to weaken the states, and also in the both in the Holy Roman Empire times as well as Imperial Germany 19th century. Also big thing. It's why my state is called a free state, even though it is effectively the same thing, but it had its own king, and it has its very and with that type of regionalism, you could also represent Denmark as a part of Germany, it's struggling to conflict with it.
I guess that's true. Yeah, I guess that's very true. And then you can just break down Belgium and Norway into Ghent and oh my fucking god. Wow, their territorial denominations are gone. Wow, my brain is empty.
You mean Friesland, Ghent, what's
Flanders,
what's
Antwerp,
Flanders,
Liège,
yes.
Limburg, Luxembourg, yeah.
Like that, yeah.
That would be my assumption, that the Germanic-ish states would just be integrated. It's hundreds of years, right? They're not going to be treated as culturally distinct. That would be...
Well, hundreds of years, actually...
antithetical.
That's the thing. It would be in the effort, but if it is actually impossible to hold without concessions, and the concessions would be weird, because with this type of regionalism of, in the grand scheme of things, freshly annexed territory, sharing interests with the German imperial core due to these central regions also being subjected to centralization and the conflict against that, which means that in a weird way, internal German parts would share interests with the annexed territories, which is, and in my opinion, a kind of political balance of a form of fascism that has not been explored nowhere.
That's interesting,
because it
Let me apologize, all. I need to go off to watch Rings of Power. It's movie night, so
nice.
I will see you later.
Have fun.
Sick. Have
Season
fun.
2 so much better than Season 1. Enjoy it.
It is. It's good. My friend actually worked on it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere. You're not missing anything important.
Yeah,
Have fun.
You
Yeah,
know-
just like, has anyone watched season 2 here at all?
Yeah. I'm caught up from last week. Yeah.
Okay, do you remember the part where so and so died and he had that creepy little thing in like the cave that was moving around and that was eating things? To get
Yeah.
bigger? My friend animated that,
Oh damn. Oh,
and
good work.
and first of all that was nasty, and also never do that again. So yeah. Anyways, I'll see you all later. Take care.
Have fun.
Yeah,
Bye bye.
that guy's
Uh,
good. He's like a 3D artist, and he seems very interested.
Yeah, thank God. Because
Yeah.
my assumption anytime someone's new is like, please don't, please don't, please
Nah,
don't,
that's the good.
please don't
that's
be
a
a
cool guy.
wereaboo. Please don't be a wereaboo. It's
No.
it's like a 1 in 8, man. It's not. Well, that's a terrible number
Well-
to pick out. It's like a 1 in 10 chance. it's
You
it's
had to do it. You had to do it.
it's like a 10 or
Okay.
15% chance. Like, I don't mean to cast aspersions about this community, but I'm gonna do it. The over under on the number of like bad actors that we get here is a high percentage. Oh, internet, no.
Yeah, internet-centric sci-fi. It's bad. But yeah, that is my idea of how could a Germany maybe look that is actually interesting and not just reformist versus hardliners.
I think you should definitely write it down.
I will write it down. But I like to ramble about something before I write it down.
I don't mind, Nami. I think in terms of what Mark will actually read, keep it to 1 page or less if you can. Come up with an elevator pitch. I know
Easy.
that is not as in depth, but if you lead with a strong elevator pitch and have a well-developed idea behind that, that will communicate much better. That's why I do fucking drafts of this is what the map looks like and this is what it should look like, instead of I learned this pretty early on. My man doesn't have the time to read paragraphs, so don't explain it. Just make a solid case and then offer an explanation after in like page 2. But yeah,
I've seen how you summarize. I've seen how like he likes to take his information. I've also been waiting on like an appropriate time because Germany is not the focus yet.
Oh
And
yeah.
I want to get ahead of this early because I don't know.
For the same reason that we worked on the First Nations names early before the public got involved is because it's just gonna be a lot of bad fucking takes.
And I'll take the fact this might be arrogant, but I want my take to be the first one about Germany. Because wow, there's going to be so many bad ones. I want to start with a strong one. So because I mean, due to the circumstances, yeah, and I hope to create a good one that is well informed, and that's my plan. And it's regionalism versus the like centralism, and the pitch is actually like we have so many like partially annexed territories that would just get ignored if done poorly, and this would be a method to have a very interesting have events where the former Belgian protectorate and for some reason like Mecklenburg-Vorpommern have coinciding interests against the main party.
If the territorial denomination stays consistent or at least similar to that state structure, especially once you have entire planets or continents, then the common interests get all mixed up and very interesting. And it'll be interesting to see if we take the approach that there is an effort to retain regional identity, or in the same, I think, failed way that Italy has tried it in Dawn of Victory to eliminate regional identity.
So yeah, I would say that the predominant faction would be the Eliminators. It's just that Germany, with its size and with like its history, much more difficult. Much more difficult. Like you see like certain regions, being very upset about the like nothing from all the horrible like types of changing the state. There were very few things that actually upset like local governments, but that was the thing. That was the thing. Like they all played along except for when it came about their.
Well, you know,
themselves.
it's really fucking hard to take a regime that lasted a decade and a half and go, okay, what would this look like in a century, in 2 centuries, in 3, right?
Yeah.
There's so much that would happen and so many problems that were coming to a head, but were just kind of pushed down the line.
Yeah, it's like 6 years of the Reich at peace, and that was 6 years of preparing for war.
Yeah.
And we don't know how it like. I know how it would look if it didn't do that. It would collapse because it has to prepare for war or be at war.
Yeah.
At all times.
Yeah, didn't they build some of their economic plans around conquering other countries and taking their stuff to pay off?
They did.
Yeah, very much
That's
so.
That's why when they failed an objective, everything started to go south. That's like, initially everything was going perfectly because the idea of blitzkrieg, as was invented by a British person, by the way, not German.
Also, they call it. Germans never call it blitzkrieg in their manuals.
Yeah. Isn't it Bewegungskrieg?
Yes, and it's still called that in modern like German like manuals.
Yeah. It's just maneuver warfare. That's the
English
term
it's
for it.
combined arms maneuver warfare. It's like it's a thing. It's not special.
Whomst amongst us hasn't read A Little Man Stein, right? Like it's not that alien or
It's not.
magical.
It was just revolutionary for the time because the Western world was like, new technology, nah, fuck that.
How about them trenches?
Yeah, why don't we just stick to trenches? Looking at you, France.
It was
but, like,
because like a lot of the officer corps just hated trenches. That was like they all were like certified trench haters.
Yeah, and Germany had the best trenches too, ironically.
Because they built them first and anticipated they would be there a long time, not because they were better engineers. They just immediately started pouring concrete trenches because they thought, okay, it is time for the 50-year, man. Time to build the coffee, the coffee house.
But yeah, so it relied. Their logistics was dog shit. That's like the German way, it seems almost.
Yes. They like, before even war started, they upkept their economy by plundering. And
exactly.
Like Jewish houses and wealth, and then they plundered like Czech war equipment, and there's so many Czech tanks like that were used by the Wehrmacht.
I thought I was hallucinating when Kerbal started talking, and I'm like, that sounds a lot like Kerbal.
I'm just doing 2 voices. I can't switch.
It's a hell of an impression. It's pretty good.
But yeah.
God, we've been all over the place. How long have I been going today? Like 4 hours?
Far too long.
Almost 4 hours. Yeah.
Yeah,
I've got
almost 4 hours. Yeah.
Fuck all done.
Well, Britain is a black hole of a name place.
It really fucking is. Like, Ormer's tried, and then of course it's a carbon name. Of course I see something I like, I'm like, oh, maybe there's hope, and then it's Ace of Carbon. God damn it. Somebody else submit something good.
He is our only hope.
Shucks.
Yes.
Oh my hope.
He's our only hope for this fucking bounty.
For this island. He's this island's only hope.
Yeah. I think, there's a very high percentage of carbon names that are the highlights.
It's good.
I mean, honestly, you're more qualified to assess good names than I am, and Mark made no mystery of his disdain for English naming conventions during the stream yesterday. So you can tell our best people are on this.
Apparently, everybody hates the English naming conventions.
Including the English, I assume.
Yeah.
Coleridge is so good, though. We don't have enough system. I can't wait to
named Wo'o-Bo'o.
Wo'o-Bo'o. Yeah. Isn't that more Australian?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Liza Babe. We should have one called Liza Babe.
I gotta head out.
Okie dokie. Yeah, I gotta dip before too long, but I wanted to give this another look. Unicorn's done.
I'm gonna have to get to my job. Also, I think I was doing the calculations for the military equipment earlier, and I realized where I went wrong, which is I was too even in my spread because there's no way that the tanks cost more, that each tank costs more than capital ships. That cannot be correct.
Nope.
Wait, what?
So, Kerbal, the bulletin that got posted the other day, the map, let me pull it up. This shit.
Yeah, that's why I know that I fucked.
The number here is not GDP. This is total military spending. So I was saying, the math works. I've seen the math. If you can figure out roughly the ballpark for these different pieces of military hardware, you can reverse engineer it from the numbers that we have here and the budget across all these. If you spend the time, you can do it. This all checks out, and I did the math at beginning at 3 in the morning until noon one day to double check Mark's math, and it works. My only problem was I mistook this for GDP. And inflation's a whole fucking thing here. But yeah, the math maths out, so if you want to figure out roughly how expensive a capital ship is, you can do it.
One thing I feel like I may have calculated with a certain degree of confidence is the amount of money that Vesta spends on personnel, because they're figuring that they're one serviceman per 250 people seems like a volunteer force. And comparing that to the U.S., which is also an all-volunteer force, I guess that it's a quarter of spending is on personnel, which gave me 83.4 trillion on personnel.
Gonna suck when you learn how expensive a space Big Mac is.
Oh shoot, I didn't think about that. I didn't think about the new McDonald's item, the space Big Mac.
The McRib has come back again.
Let's go!
Yeah.
Yes!
Which is funny because I'm pretty sure isn't food one of the cheaper parts of personnel costs?
Depends.
Yeah.
I guess yeah.
I think is the best answer. What's the percent value? What's the biggest cost?
What is the quality of Vest and MREs?
Probably dog shit. There's no such thing as a good MRE.
Fair.
Well, okay.
I imagine
to other MREs.
I imagine Junos are way over-engineered. I have impressions of vibes that are not any. Well, they're slightly more informed than yours. In my mind, Juno's like this kind of
the best
hoity-toity,
yeah.
overspendy, really holds up the values of the long traditions of democracy and still holds to Greek values and this very NATO-y worldview. Oh, we're better than everyone else over here. We should be able to start expanding, and everybody else are just what did a former president say? Shithole countries. My impression is that Juno regards its neighbors as shithole countries and has that kind of American arrogance going for it. And
Based. They have dog shit MREs. I already know.
I do have to go. I'm gonna be late.
I'm not stopping you. You can get out of here.
I would hazard a guess that the Asian nations probably have one of the better ones. They tend to actually care about
Yeah, they actually cook.
food more. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man, the Sphere's food would fuck. But like being in that army, not worth the food.
Yeah.
No. No. You can get the food without picking the army back.
If
Come
you
on.
had to be in the armed forces of one of the countries in the Orion Arm, who would you?
I have a little.
The
insight into
United
that one.
States of America, Kerbal.
I
Right?
think I'm legally obliged.
If you couldn't choose the US out of all the other countries, if you couldn't, okay, non-Oto country, which if you had to choose?
I get two options really. For the ones that are fleshed out.
Gonna hear him go. Germany.
Wrong.
Hell no, bro. I'm gonna fucking die. Probably Japan. Though I would probably be like sacrificed for not looking Asian enough. I'm not Japanese. I'm Indonesian, so I don't think they'd like me too much.
I think I'd want to go with something like Alpha Centauri.
You know, I thought about Alpha Centauri, but then I remembered the Solar Wars.
Yeah, but like Vega's dead. Sato's kind of safe. The League of Nations is headquartered in Alpha Centauri. Like, I think I could get away with just doing some UN duty and not getting deployed anywhere important. And just skating by.
See, the UN gets deployed to important places, but all they do is stand around and watch.
Yeah, until things get really bad and then they get shot at.
And then they get shot at and used as trophies.
Yeah, I'd rather not to get to that part.
Fuck, it's getting bad, fuck.
Oh no. The thing I signed up for I'm having to do. Oh no. Who could have seen
Me
this
every
coming?
morning. Fuck.
Shit, they really meant die for my country. Oh no.
Wait. I was only in for the free college, wait!
It wasn't even that free. Okay, I think I am gonna hop out of here. It's been like 4.5 hours, and I still have to prep some D&D shit that starts in like 2 hours, and I lost track of time. I've had fun. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. It's good stuff. I'm glad that we agreed that we all kind of hate the UK system name possibilities, but we have some not terrible stuff in here. I'm just not especially creative as to where to go next. Yeah, Boudica, we're not doing that. Boudica, no. I can't remember what the fuck Mark said yesterday. Did he say we're doing every other week on a stream now?
I think he said every other.
I think it's
every other week.
I think he waffled in the fucking stream too. I'm under the impression that we're doing every other week, but also
He did say something about it in the stream.
Yeah, we're way behind on where Mark wants to be. So
Yeah, I know.
we'll see what ends up happening, but yeah, assume every other week at this point.
September is almost done. He's like, all right, we're gonna start this in September, and there's one done.
Yeah. The amount of content, Kerbal, I was saying earlier while you were gone, the amount of nearly finished content that I have seen or been teased on for months, that I'm like, I know we're ready to go on this. I know we're ready to go. I don't know what we're waiting on, but like, can we show something so people quit telling me very incorrectly that this is dead? We're busy. We've been busy.
Guys, DOV is dead.
You heard it here
It's
first.
Dead.
That's right, Kerbal. All of those guns will never see the light of day.
Damn. The average life of a concept artist. It'll be released in 2 years, guys. Mashallah.
One day. Okie dokie. I will talk to y'all later. Bye.
Yeah.
Okie dokie artichoke. We are going to wrap up this stream. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. I'm not sure if we're doing D&D today, actually, because of the, hurricane. I was gonna say, but I'll be recording that content and posting it if I do, but it's actually not public knowledge how to see that playlist, so I don't know why I would convey that to you here. There is a playlist of my D&D campaign. It has been running since December, I believe. Early January, maybe. But I'm not sharing the linky, and you could search for it if you want. I'll be honest with you, the production quality is varied and distracted because I've been working on other stuff, and it's not quite where I want it to be, hence why it's not public, but it's been a lot of fun, and I've enjoyed it. It's been a bit slow, and we've had a few delays in recent months, but it's good shit. It's good shit. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna eat. I'm starving, and shower, because I thought this would be a quick 1 hour thing to do in the morning, and I could shower around noon and take a walk around this time. So I'm gonna eat, shower, touch grass, smoke weed every day, touch ass, etc., etc. I'm gonna get out of here, is what I'm saying. So until tomorrow or later, whichever, whenever that happens to be, I'm gonna say toodaloo, take care. I'll see you then. Bye bye. Ciao.